Hey, this is your girl Diamond. I go live every Friday. I'm late today because I took a nap because I've been running around all day. So I'm late. Welcome. Today we're going to talk about a couple of stuff. We're going to talk about um, IPV. It's conversation inspired by Roland Martin and the ex-lieutenant governor Fairfax. We're going to talk about incident out of Chicago. We're going to talk about the incident out of Zanzibar with the lady's fiance. So a bunch of IPV. I'm telling y'all what we're talking about. So don't be, well, I'm not saying don't be triggered, but we're talking about IPV, right? Y'all know what IPV is, right? I'm trying not to say it because that'll get you, you know, where they're not trying to, you know what it is, Raven. What do all them situation got in common? I can't say it in the beginning. I'm going to say it later, but I can't say it in the beginning because the beginning is when they really be paying attention to what you say on demonetization. IPV. Look it up. Google it. Hey, Osiris. Hey, Just the Lonely Talk. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that stuff. What's been going on with y'all? Hey, Chris. Hey, Moni. So we're gonna talk about those situations, but I really want to talk about the Roland Martin shit because that is kind of irking me. Not him particularly because he ain't. I have come to expect this from Mr. Roland, so I don't find him to be. My co-host Jay lives for Roland Martin. I do not. I do not. I've been watching him for years, and he been on some bullshit for years. Let me get my other drink because I want to drink that. This was some lemon juice that I live for. Mint and lemon, lime. Hey, Ty. Hey, Angel. Y'all do y'all taxes this week? Or y'all already did it? Thank you, Moni. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Supporting the girl, baby. Bag came and left. I know that's right. It was spit before I found it. I don't be getting nothing back though, so I ain't got nothing back because I'm a 1099 worker, so I don't be. I always owe. I always owe, honey. I always gotta give them they little percentage, child. Cause I don't be having no well, that's normal. Usually regular jobs, they take the money out like through them and you get your W-2s. But because I don't work for anybody, I work for myself. I have to take my taxes out at the, at the end of the year. So I get to enjoy my tax, well, not tax free because I pay the taxes, but um I get to enjoy the money, but then at the end of the year, you're like, oh God, I owe these motherfuckers shit. uh and I don't really be getting a lot of deductibles because I ain't got no kids. I'm a single, head of household motherfucker. So I ain't got too many. I got some, but I ain't got too many benefits. And then I'm divorced now. I used to get when I was married, I used to get a cute little buffer when I would file my husband with me. But now I'm not married no more, so I can't do that no more. So they be eating my ass up. I don't be wanting to give them shit, especially since the current administration ain't doing nothing. Ain't doing nothing to benefit a black trans woman, child. Y'all barely want to give us shit. So why y'all need my little money? That's what I be feeling like. Make sure if you are just joining us, make sure that you thumbs up. If you are new here, thumbs up, engage with the content, support. If you are a normal person who come here all the time, bitch, what you doing? Why you not thumbsing up? That's free. That don't cost nothing. That is free, girl. What's your tea? I don't even know what the hype up the video is, but do it if it's something special. They said that if you're a YouTube partner, they send you these little introductions to these new features, but they don't ever be benefit me. So I'll be like, girl. Oh God, I didn't. Too busy. Haven't gotten around to doing them taxes. Well, you better do what you need to do. Because they going to come and try to get your coins and they going to charge you more if you don't file. Because I didn't file in 2023. And honey, baby, I had to go back and amend it because, baby, they will, of course, they're going to charge you some kind of late little penalty. It's not a lot. But if you let them file for you, baby, it's going to be pure dick in the booty. You ain't going to get no kind of cuts or any kind of benefits. And dick in the booty in the bad way, not in the good way. Not the hit the prostate way. The stretch it open with no benefits way. So you better go back and fix it. All right, we got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it. There we go. I hate not seeing this little part right here. I don't know why I want to see that little part. When I have it like this, it looks, I don't know. I want to see that little part. I'm annoying like that. Not OCD, but kinda. All right, let me get into my notes. I have a lot of notes. I got a lot of shit I want to talk about. Oh, my fragrances today. Where is all right? So I have 2 fragrances on. So sometimes when I hey Adonis, sometimes when I have when I w- so sometimes I wear men's fragrances because some of them I love. Um, but certain men's fragrances can be a little too manly. Like, so, but I love the smell of them, but it's giving father of the bride, it's giving uncle, it's giving too masculine, but I love it. Like I'm somebody, if I love the smell, I love the smell and I want it to follow me sometimes. And one of those scents is Jean Paul Gaultier Scandal. I love, first of all, I love the bottle. It has a crown on it, but as you can see, it's good use. I love this smell. So the scents, this is a oriental woody fragrance. Um Top notes is going to be like mandarin, um sage. It's really clean and fresh. The middle notes are going to be tonka bean, which is kind of like chocolate but not too sweet. Caramel, and then vetiver. So anytime I smell vetiver, it smells like a nigga. So vetiver is one of them scents that it has to be done really well for me to love it because it's not one of my favorite masculine notes, but it immediately reads masculine. So by itself, I love it, but it's a little too boyish for me because of the vetiver. But what I mix it with, now sometimes I don't care and just do it by itself. But what I love to mix it with, especially in this recent time, is a scent that's more, that complements the scent, but that is more feminine. And when I put it together, it gives a feminine situation. You feel what I'm saying? So recently, y'all know I went to Japan, and one of the things that I do when I go to places that foreign places I've never been, is I look for things that is unique to those places where you can't find it anywhere else but those places. And one of them are one of the places I kind of like to look them is fragrance brand. Like, what are fragrance brands that are specific to this country? And one of those brands is Satori. This is the name of the brand, Satori. Now, this is the name of the scent, Wasaban. So Wasaban is a perfect complement to each other because these are citrus or oriental fragrances. So I just said the masculine one has, so when you are blending a feminine and masculine fragrance, I what a rule of thumb for me is find scents that have similar top, middle, and base notes. So remember, I said this one is mandarin and sage. This one is lemon and grape. So the very citrusy top notes. You get what I'm saying? The middle notes on this one is caramel and tonka bean. The middle one on this one is honey and almond. And some other florals in there like lily of the valley, which is kind of old school, but that. So you see how they can blend really, really well? Tonka bean and caramel and honey and almond. That's a perfect blend. Just gives you complexity of notes. And then the bottom of this one, the masculine one, is vetiver. The bottom of this one is iris, vanilla, and wood. So it gives that vetiver a more balanced sweetness and another floral like iris to blend with. So putting them together, it doesn't clash and it just blends and make it a more um, complicated and intricate fragrance that reads more feminine than the original scent. So when I put them together, it's giving luxury, baby, but giving a more strong and bold feminine scent as opposed to just being masculine when this is by itself. So I love it. No special story, but it smelled like a nigga you want to cuddle with. that also bottoms from time to time. You know, he he's strong, but he can be submissive too. That's what it gives. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's talk about all the stuff that's going on. Um, so make sure I get my undo. That's not what I do. Okay, so I'm a person who now it's been how long it's been? It's been 15 minutes. Yes. So we're going to talk about intimate partner violence, IPV, because that is something that affects us, that affects women and femme alike. Um, when I talk about IPV, I'm centering women's experience always. And when I say women, I'm including trans women. When I say women, I'm including all the women. So I don't want y'all to ever be confused that I'm talking about cis women when I say women. Anytime I say women, I am talking about all the women. Very inclusive teas over here. So if you didn't know, if you didn't think, I'm talking about. I'm never. If I need to use language where I am being specific about a particular type of woman, I am going to use the adjective that represents them. I'm going to use the adjective like cis. I'm going to use the adjective cisgender. I'm going to use the adjective black. I'm not going to use the adjective POC unless I'm talking about POC, people of color, everybody. But if I'm talking about black, I'm talking about black, and I'm going to say black. I'm not gonna because it annoys me when I'm talking about a black issue or I hear somebody talking about a black issue and they're using POC. I don't like it. This is a black issue, baby. And you are trying to include people. And sometimes it need to be specific because the issue is the disparity within that issue that you're discussing is specific to black people. And so sometimes it annoys me when people don't particularly say black. So I'm gonna always use if I need to be particular, I'm gonna always use particular language. But if I'm being general, I'm gonna always be inclusive. When I say women, I mean all women. And intimate partner violence. When I'm talking about intimate partner violence in this context, I also want to include women and femmes because there are femmes who may not necessarily be women who are included and being harmed by the same systems that causes these intimate partner violence situations. Okay, so that's why I say women and femmes because there are some, non-women who deal with this type of stuff too that are impacted by intimate partner violence based on the same systems. Got it? So we're clear when I say that. So we have had a bunch of cases this week, this month. Like April has been wild in its sense, coming off of Women's History Month, child. But this is good because we're coming into Mental Health Month in May. But April has been wild in regards to all the things at one time. Not saying that this doesn't happen all the time because it does. But all the things that happen that revolve around intimate partner violence against Black women. So recently, there was a situation involving the death of a American influencer, Ashley Robinson. Um, her username, I think, is Ashley Janae. Um, she went to Zanzibar for her birthday in Tanzania, um, and she ended up unalived. Some details about the case that I know so far. I ain't did no deep dive, but just what I know based on what I've read so far is of she was on vacation celebrating her birthday. Um, she had had a recent engagement to her white husband, her white fiance, Joe McCann, who is a rich founder of a crypto hedge fund, which is a gag because she caught her a lick. She caught her a lick, but clearly something's going on. Um, the hotel staff at the hotel is called the Zurich Hotel reported that they were arguing a bunch of like there's a bunch of frequent arguments happening between the couple. And on the night before she was found unalived, the management separated them, moving the fiance, the McCann's, the dude, to a different villa. Of course, he can afford it, so they moved him to a different villa, and so now she's in a situation where she's arguing with her soon-to-be husband, and it gets so bad that they got to get separate rooms, and then they found her unalived. A few hours after their separation, in regard to imagine being so ghetto and ratchet that you got to get separated. That's embarrassing in a luxury hotel. That would be so embarrassing to me. Um, so she was found. This is a few hours after the separation. She was found unresponsive in her room with a belt around her neck. She died in the hospital the following day. So, what the police say initially was that her death was ruled suicide, even though the investigation remains open. Um, the so the fiance is being held in question, of course. Um, this is being held in question because he can't go nowhere because his passport is being held impending any kind of results of a formal autopsy. So that's what's going on in regards to that. They are they have him locked up. Well, not did he get arrested? Um, yeah, he's being held, but he's not being charged with a crime yet the um until the autopsy come back. So he can't go nowhere. Now the problem is that the family is feel like this is some bullshit. So her family is like, it was like, nah, y'all are not about to make us think that our daughter went and killed herself and make it seem like a suicide. They were like, y'all got us fucked up to believe that she was happy. She was in a happy state of mind. She literally just got engaged and she was super above you know, just in the clouds about being marrying this white hedge fund person. She done call her a lick. About to go on a trip for her birthday to Zanzibar. And there's nothing about her life that would lead her to be suicidal. And that is some bullshit. Her family is like, no, y'all are not about to sell us with that. What are y'all talking about? What the hell are you talking about? And also, what they also talk about is McCann's delayed communication with them. They say that when it comes to the death of her, um, They like, he didn't call them. There's no, they like, it's no kind of transparency with him. They're like, we needed to be a inquiry deeper than this, because there's no reason why a person who is not guilty of murdering our daughter would not be calling and contacting us and telling us what's going on. and and we're not talking about him now that he's gotten arrested. Now we're talking about beforehand, like before the arrest and da 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 da. You knew what was going on, and you're not calling her family and being transparent about what's going on. All of that is suspicious. If you're not the killer, why wouldn't you break your neck to tell the family what's going on? That doesn't make fucking sense. And this is your wife. You see what I'm saying? This is somebody, well, not your wife. This is your fiance who is about to be your wife. And something horrible, tragic like this happens. And you should be the one that's calling and letting them know. You should be the one that's calling and saying what they need, what's happening, and informing them. And like, yes, you are devastated too, but you know this is a devastation to her family. So you the only Zanzibar police are not the ones that's connected to her. You are. And so if you're not the murderer, if you're not the murderer, then you are handling this situation with the very least amount of tact. The very least amount of care, the very least amount. It's like, what? Our daughter has passed away, our daughter, our sister, our family has passed away, and you're not contacting us and being transparent about anything. That's crazy. That's insane. So that's happening. I want to talk about Devont Curtis. Devont Curtis out of Chicago. So Devont Curtis was unalived by DeAndre Bell. DeAndre, from what the police says, DeAndre, once they uncovered all the tea and found her body and found her passed away, her sister found her passed away in her apartment. Once they did the investigation, they arrested DeAndre Bell because he searched in his search engine. He searched, if a person get hit in the head with a hammer while sleeping, what happens, before doing the exact same thing to Devont Curtis. And so this is her on and off again boyfriend. This ain't no trick. This is a on and off again boyfriend that has unalived her with a hammer. And before I get into the other parts of the subject, I want to, because this is a part of my expertise, I want to point out that this age gap is really common in trans deaths. Okay. So DeAndre is 24 and Devonta is 31. When I created the database on transgender homicides in 2023, when I created that, what we saw was a lot of times that the killer was in his early 20s. He was, around 10 years younger than the victim. This was not always the case, but this was really, really common, that the relationship was between not older as in 50s, but that range. So Devonta was 30 years old and he was 24. On and off again relationship, pretty common for the average death of the trans women was around 28. The average death was around 28, and the average age of the perpetrator was around 22. So that was pretty common. So I wanted y'all to be aware of that particular case. This was a on and off again boyfriend. So perfectly aligns with what we're talking about, intimate partner violence. The other case that is popping right now is former Virginia Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax kills his wife and himself. So deputy governor. Let's go into people are saying that it stems from marital problems. Of course, the investigation is going on. They were getting a divorce. It was getting messy. And what we know about intimate partner violence and what we know about marriages, what we know about, just how this shit usually works statistically. When you are leaving a abuser, that is the most dangerous time. Like the risk of you being harmed exponentially goes up when you are leaving. Another element is when you're pregnant for people who can give birth. When being pregnant, baby, also takes your risk of being unalived high statistically. So clock that T. But that's one aspect. But when you're leaving, when you are getting out the situation, when you are finally got the power to say, no more, I'm not dealing with this no more, I'm out of here. When you're leaving, your risk skyrockets. And so clearly, she was leaving the divorce, she was leaving him after this political career. She's out of there. They have children, and that shit is annoying. So I wanted to bring up them cases because one of those cases is a trans woman, a black trans woman, a dark-skinned black trans woman. I want to point that out because also in the database, when we look at the women who were killed, predominantly it was dark-skinned black trans women. Like overwhelmingly. So I wanted to bring up Devonta. I wanted to bring up Ashley Janae, and I wanted to bring up the former Deputy Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, because this is a married, politically strong, high in his career. From the outside looking in, you can see that you would think that this would be a perfect marriage. A house, kids, dog. You get what I'm saying? Like they could seem like they're living on top of the world. And then you have this situation involving the influencer where she has hit her lick marrying a white hedge fund operator, and he got coins, traveling the world, living the soft life, because we like to fetishize. I see a lot of women who are in relationships with white men, particularly black women, who sometimes, like, it's very ditch the losers, ladies, and get you a white man. It's very that I'm like, sometimes that ain't good. And I think this is a perfect example They will take you up out of here. Not saying that the the niggas is much better. But you're not going to a safer place. You definitely not going to a safer place when a motherfucker got coins and he can protect himself with his coins and connections. You definitely not going into a safer situation. So, I hope these people aren't putting y'all under any delusions that you're safer if you get you a white man, because that's still a man. Sorry, babe. That's still that. And so I wanted to frame this conversation with those cases because yeah, because I'm trying to I'm trying to share with y'all that we all dealing with this, like across identities. Yeah. So recently, let me go into the Fairfax situation, not with the details of the case, but the response to that. Currently, Roland Martin had a panel about this situation. Now, there's some bias in this situation because Roland Martin is frat brothers with this lieutenant governor. And so he's getting some pushback because it feels a little tone deaf with him kind of make like a doing like a eulogy of his frat brother and not acknowledging the egregious nature of what his brother did. Like he's dead because he killed himself after killing his wife, leaving their children with no mother and no father. Like, I understand this your friend and this your frat, but I don't know. It's and not acknowledging that the pushback is he's not acknowledging that scenario enough. That's what it gives to me. Um, and so I want to ask y'all, because it's easy when we're not in a situation to say what we would do, but I want y'all to think. I had to think about this. If you have a guy friend or not a guy friend, any friend, and they do something egregious, and this is your friend, and it does not harm you, but they do something egregious, how how would your response be to that in this scenario? Like, I'm thinking about my little brother. He is a straight man that I love. If I wake up and my little brother has killed his wife and killed himself, God forbid, would y'all expect me to how would y'all expect me to respond to that? Because I know how I would respond to it. I just would wonder how would y'all expect me to respond to that with if it's my friend and it's this situation that is horrible, but my my friend, my brother, my somebody that I care about, I can't say that I would be responding the same way I would to a person that I didn't know. Does it make sense? Like, I feel like I don't think I would respond to my brother doing that the way I would respond to a Fairfax. I don't know Fairfax, so I can talk about the intimate partner violence of the situation. I would talk about intimate partner violence, but I can't say that I would talk about it in the same way with my brother because I am now in a situation where I am grieving and I've lost my brother. So I feel like later on, I could deeply discuss intimate partner violence and around that situation and details of that. But initially, like when I found out my brother passes away, I'm not going to be thinking about that. I'm not going to be thinking about intimate the I'm not going to be thinking about the politics of the situation. I'm going to be thinking about my brother in regards to his care, in regards to the my care, in regards to why did you do this? Like memories of us. I lost my brother. I feel like I'm going to be thinking about it in that way. Does it make sense? Now, later on, I feel like I would be able to deeply discuss the social dynamics and deeply discuss the politics of the situation. But I can't say that right when my brother does it, that I'm going to be I can't say that I'm going to be doing all the political stuff right in the beginning. I know that I will do it later, but if you think I'm not going to be posting rest in peace to my brother and don't even talk about the situation, do you see what I'm saying? Like I'm going to be talking about the devastation of me losing my brother. The circumstances we can talk about later, but right in the moment, I'm just, hey, welcome. I don't think I would be talking about it. I don't think I would be talking about that stuff. And so I don't know. I think the internet sometimes overjudges people's reaction. Now, in this situation with Roland Martin, I don't think they are because you are a celebrity commentator. You are doing panels. You are intentionally trying to put out thoughtful information, trying to. So you have a particular responsibility. And so I think you being dogged and ran through the mud is important and justified because you have positioned yourself as a cultural commentator and you have positioned yourself as and the power of your platform. I think it's different. All right, let me see y'all response. All right. Definitely mirroring my life in that sense. What would you talk about particularly? What mirrored your life? I'm sorry, I had just looked at the comments. I don't know if I fuck with you no more for killing your spouse. Yeah, I will never not fuck with my brother. There's nothing egregious enough for me to not fuck with my brother. I'll tell y'all that right now. Now, am I gonna be like, nigga, what the fuck? Like, if I found out my brother was molesting somebody, I am totally against that. But if you think I'm not gonna talk to my brother and uh put some commissary on his books, him in jail, I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna make any excuses for my brother doing some crazy ass weirdo shit. I'm never gonna do that. But I'm never gonna not fuck with my brother. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's nothing my brother, I have an unconditional love for my brother. I'm gonna be like, why the fuck did you do this? I'm gonna be cussing him out. I'm gonna be down. Why what the fuck are you doing? I did not raise you like that. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna be on his ass. But if you're expecting me to abandon my brother for anything, you got the wrong, you definitely got the wrong person. You got the wrong idea about who I am when it comes to our relationship. So I'm never going to abandon my brother. I'm gonna be just like the mothers of serial killers that come to visit their son once a year. That's how I'm gonna be. But it's not me making excuses for his actions or saying I will never be fighting for him not to be locked up after doing some egregious shit. I'm never gonna ever make excuses for him, but I'm never going to abandon him. I'm never going to be like, "Oh, I'm turning my back on you and never talking to you again and letting you rot in the prison with no kind of care." That's never going to happen with me and my brother. Never. I will call him every month. Talking crazy to his ass about why the fuck are you in jail for this type of bullshit? What the fuck was wrong with you? So yeah, um, yeah, but I'm definitely gonna make sure that I condemn whatever the actions are. I wouldn't support or publicly come out to defend. Yeah, I'm not gonna be making those statements defending him. I'm definitely gonna support though. I support in the way of his care. I'm not paying for no motherfucking lawyers. I'm not paying for I'm not paying for no lawyers. I'm not starting no for GoFundMe for your legal support. No, you did some wrong ass shit. You going to jail, bro. But support in the sense of I'm gonna take his calls when he calls me from the jail. I'm gonna go visit my brother once a year at the jail when he's there. I'm going to take care of his children outside of um outside now that his if he murders his wife. I'm gonna take care of his children. Um I can't say that I will be putting money in books. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I know I would. He needs to be taken care of. I wouldn't let my brother sit in the jail rot um and if he has to be in jail, I'm not gonna let him um not have now I'm not talking about making it rain, but he gonna be able to take care. He gonna be able to have soap and shit to take care of himself. Because I'm not letting my brother be in rotting in no jail without stuff to wash his tail and to be healthy in regards to that. So I just I'm not doing that at all ever. Yeah. Um, I won't be it won't be a complete disavow because I still have to grieve for him as well. Yeah, my care, his actions doesn't take his actions against somebody else does not change our history. And so I'm going to be angry about him doing this crazy bullshit. I'm going to be angry about it. And I'm going to, nigga, you taking your ass to jail. That's just what it is. Um, yeah. But I'm trying to think of some nuances. So you molesting fucking kids, you going to jail, babe. I'm turning your ass in. But I can't say that other scenarios I would be turning my brother in. I can't. You molesting kids for sure, because that I'm turning you in. Um, but other scenarios I can't that may be harmful in the sense of other stuff. I can't say I would be turning my brother in. I think that's really was that's about. Yeah, I can't say that I would never be the parent that would be I see that all the time. I saw this parent, these dudes they were wrong. The boy was wrong. It was some teenagers. The boys was wrong, but the mother was in the police station convincing her son with the police to snitch on the other boys. Like they're using her as a tool to tell him to snitch on the other boys. That could never be me. Like I would never work with the police in that way. I would never I'm not helping you get my brother. Not behind any I can't think of anything else other than molesting. Now, you molesting kids, bitch, I'm gonna be cussing your ass out and calling you all kinds of perverts and freaks. How the fuck you get what? I'm gonna be doing all that. You need to be in jail. You are harm to society. So, in that situation, yes. But I can't think of anything else that I would snitch on my brother about, that I would snitch or help them find them. Or, yeah, I can't think of anything else. Like, I don't care what he did in regards to, I'm trying to think of other things, but only molesting kids, any kind of weirdo shit. Um, I can't think of anything else that I would help the police find my brother. Or I'm coming in as a witness testifying um or I'm not doing none of that shit. I don't know nothing about it. I don't feel morally obligated to get justice in that way. That's y'all job. Good luck. I don't know if that's wrong or right. I don't feel morally wrong about that. I would feel morally wrong in being disloyal to my children, my brother, my people. Like I would never be in that situation. That I saw this mother doing that to a son on one of them first 48 hours shows. And I was like, why would you be sitting there convincing him to help the police? Like, no, like I would not be convincing him to do that. No, we would have to be talking privately. I'm not going to be sitting there helping the fucking police. No, I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Um, Kim says I wouldn't put out a statement right away. I would take a while to get my thoughts together. Yeah, I could see myself. Recently I seen something about Roland Martin posting pictures with him in, like a rest in peace post or whatever. And they were like, this is egregious. You are ignoring that he killed his wife and blah blah blah. I was like, I don't think I would be I think I would do that. I would make, if I would call it a mistake, but I would post pictures of my brother, of me and my brother, and it wouldn't be about ignoring the egregiousness of his actions or lack of sympathy or empathy for the situation. It was just that, regardless of this situation, there's a whole life that I've lived with my brother. So if I post a picture of us together, it's about us. Man, my brother has passed away. It's about that. It's about the totality of my brother's life ending. It's not about he killed his wife. It's not really about that. Now I can talk about that in a separate time. And I think the issue with Roland is you did a whole panel that totally dismissed the situation, that felt like you was given a, like it felt like it was too much. It wasn't just a simple post. And so that's what I want to kind of go into, because I feel like this dynamic of men shielding other men is a problem in our society. Um, and I think that there's a difference for me of you totally not acknowledging it. Like if I'm I would never get on here, and my platform is not big as Roland. But if my brother got caught doing some crazy ass shit, killed his wife, killed himself, da da da, I would never get on here and not acknowledge the harm. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I would never get on here and not do what I do about any other case. I would much rather not talk about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if I'm going to talk about it, like if I'm going to get on my platform and discuss it in the way that I discuss all the other people's teas, then I'm going to talk about that too. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm going to talk about that with just as much depth and political depth as I do other scenarios. But that's going to be later for me. It's going to be later. It's not going to be the initial response to what's happening. Either I'm not going to talk about it or I'm going to wait till later where we can discuss it on a deeper level. I don't think that that's what Roland did. I feel like Roland, and not just Roland, just a lot of people, I think that they are trying to shield this person that they have a personal relationship, and I think the shielding the person is the problem. It's not because sometimes you can just be quiet and not talk about it. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes you can buy Osiris. Um, sometimes you can just be silent. But maybe we can just be silent. Sometimes you can just be quiet and not say nothing. And I think I would choose to do that. But because this is news and he's a social commentary, he got you. But that puts a new responsibility on it. So, all right, I want to talk about why this kind of shielding stems. What I think this kind of shielding that people do stemmed from, and I think part of it is power preservation. I think part of it is social conditioning. I think part of it is lack of moral courage. Now, this is the thing about it. Moral is subjective because what you think is moral is not what I think is moral. And you get what I'm saying? Um, so that depends on what you feel. Like I wouldn't feel it was wrong, like I just explained. I wouldn't feel it was wrong to support my brother in the ways that I described. I'm not paying for you, no lawyer. I'm not paying for you. You get what I'm saying in that way, but I don't think it's wrong for me to put some money on my brother's books and come visit him in the jail when he gets locked up. That's the limit of my support. I don't think that's wrong at all, but other people might think that that's wrong. I don't think morally I have any responsibility in that way. Does it make sense? So I would feel wrong giving you money to get a lawyer to defend you. I would if I know you did this. Now, that's another thing on whether or not I should believe this. If so, a situation where I know my brother did it, he done admitted to it, the evidence, da 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 da. But then there's situations where something has happened and it's an innocent until proven guilty situation. I'm also going to be defaulted on my brother's side until the evidence show me different. Does that make sense? Like the default for me is going to be believing my brother. So that's another element too, but not a situation where we know for sure that this is what happened. But I'm not going to automatically just not believe my brother. That's another element too. Anyway, I think in this particular scenario with Roland Martin, I think that sometimes we kind of prioritize uh hey Matt, how are you? I think we kind of prioritize, not we, because that with me protecting my brother wouldn't be about me um keeping status. But I think Roland Martin's is. I think that he it's a status and a brotherhood in his social circles that is being prioritized over the particular victim in this situation. Does it make sense? Like him, I feel like you just I feel like he's being insensitive to the victims and ignoring his responsibility as a journalist, his responsibility as like a a a political leader kind of for some people, his responsibility in that way when you are totally ignoring the victim and the statistics around intimate partner violence. I think when you ignore that and I think that that is intentional and that's what makes it shady. And to me, that's what I wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't be ignoring my brother's victims or not calling that shit out. I think that that's especially if I'm having the political conversation about it. um I don't like the way he spoke on Selena. It was weird and unnecessary for him to bring up the anecdote about not being able to speak at an event. I forgot what kind of event it was. Mm. Yeah, I think it got really really weird. Let me in my notes I say complicity and identity. Men may fear that by condemning a peer, they invite scrutiny into their own past behaviors. They are, oh yeah, okay. So this is what I want to talk about. So when a lot of times when you see these men being complicit or with people that they share identity with or all that kind of stuff is because they are in kind of these glass house situations. Okay, they're like in this kind of paradox. They haven't follow me. So they haven't accounted for some of their own mistakes and indiscretions. Um, and they are clocking that by judging another man's moral failings, they might feel hypocritical or if they call it out, too close to shining a light on their own bullshit in the past. And that could be internal. That may not be, that could be, oh, I've gotten angry and I've been in a situation where I've been frustrated and did this and did that. And it would be that's why they quick to be like, oh, the mental health of this Fairfax guy. But so much pressure and so much and it was so much stuff. Like they're giving a lot of stretchy grace about a situation. And I think it's because sometimes that they have done, maybe not killed their wives, of course. Mm. Am I back? Am I back? I don't know what happened. Am I back live? I think it just stopped. Okay. Yeah, I got disconnected. Something was weird. Not you thought I didn't pay the Wi-Fi. Honey, my bills are on auto pay, girl. I ain't down that bad. I ain't down that bad yet. You never know. Oh, you thought you didn't pay. Okay. I was like, ooh, I ain't down that bad yet. But I don't think I ever get down that bad. I'll go to the whole stroller and get to selling this old cat. It's still good. So the trays say. So I think there are in situations where they are they are they may have some things, some indiscretions that they have experienced in the past, and they don't want to account for them, or they don't want to shine. Um, they don't want to shine the light on their own shit or be deemed as hypocritical because they might have these conversations privately behind the scenes if they have, hit their wife or done some shady shit when their wife tried to divorce them. Maybe not to the extent of killing themselves, but of course not. Maybe not to the extreme extent, but they could do something that's just as bad and just as egregious to the public eye. And I think that they'll be complicit because it put them in a situation where they will be silent. And I think this plays out in a few ways. If they condemn a peer for something that they have engaged in, they also can think that it can be weaponized against them, especially a public figure. That hypocrisy can be weaponized against them later. And I think that's something that they worry about. I think it's something that I think a lot of times, even like when we talk about graping people or or problems with those gray areas of consent, when consent shouldn't be a gray area. You should be getting enthusiastic consent. But there are certain situations where their tactics to get coochie can be problematic and manipulative. Like, let me give you an example. So I think, and also the line of what grape is and what and SA and all that kind of stuff. So let me give you a perfect example. So I think it's creepy, perverted, and weird for a dude to say that to do things to if you're doing things to circumvent a woman's safety, woman or girl, if you're a pedophile, but if you're doing things to circumvent a woman's safety practices, I think that you are a creep and you are on the borderline of being kind of a rapist. So and sometimes it seems more not innocent, because it definitely doesn't seem innocent, but it seems small to some of these men. Let me give you a perfect example. If you are a dude or you're a dude and you got homeboys and you're trying to you're trying to have sex with this girl, and her safety barrier is, I like you and I want to hang out with you because I like you, but I don't want to hang out with you alone because that is giving the wrong impression and I'm not ready for that yet. So if you want me to come over there, I'll come over there with my friends. Like, you have your homeboys and I'll come with my friends and we hang out with each other in that way where I feel more safe with my friends with me and your friends with you. It's cool. If you're a man and you say, yeah, let's make that happen, and then you go to your homeboys and say, hey, yo, so they gonna come over here, but I need y'all to leave and take the girls away so we by ourselves. Take the other, be the third man or be the other man and take the girls away. or have an excuse to leave, or have a whatever. You're manipulating the situation so that you can be alone with this girl after she has told you her boundary and her safety practice. You get what I'm saying? She's told you that I feel more comfortable in this way. If you're doing things to manipulate the situation to take her out of her comfort zone, you are on some predator behavior. You are on some pervert predator behavior. That is predatory behavior. That means you have done what animals do. If you think about predators, and especially the like more smart, intelligent ones like orcas, they literally do things to trap their prey in a situation to where they can get them. Like if you are doing shit like that, you are a predator. That's why you are called. Well, and when you get to making excuses like she chose to come over, she still chose to fuck, she chose to give her pussy up, and da 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 da. When you have done all of these things to force her in this situation, sometimes they don't want to accept that bad stuff, especially when they see it highlighted on other men. They will make all kinds of excuses. They will make all kinds of ways to blame the victim. They will blame all women, that particular woman. They will do everything to circumvent accountability around their manipulative, predatory tactics. And sometimes when they see wrongdoing, they will totally skirt around accountability because they're trying to protect their own self. Does it make sense? They don't want that. It will force them out of their cognitive dissonance. It will force them out of that, because if I acknowledge that this is bad in him, then when I do these tactics or I do something bad like this, or if I have done something bad like this, then I have to acknowledge that I'm a monster too. Or I got some rapist tendencies too, or I got some predatory tendencies too. When nobody wants to have that brand, nobody want to do the self-work to undo that toxicity in them. So we either blame it on boys will be boys. This is just how men work, or that this is just how men work. This is just how or put all the blame on the woman. Well, you know how men are. You shouldn't put yourself in that situation. You know I'm gonna be trying to get some pussy. Instead of being a good person and actually doing what you supposed to do, and 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 having a healthy relationship with sex between you and a person that you want to have sex with, and not just a person you're in love with. Somebody, even if it's a fling, even if it's a one night stand that you trying to have. We're not talking about caring for your wife and da da da. We're talking about even if it's a one night stand, seeing the humanity of the person that you're trying to have a one night stand with. Even in that situation, seeing their humanity and know that they too deserve care. Even if you're some trick, even if you are some trick and dealing with a sex worker, they too deserve care. You and them deserve care in this transactional situation. So them being a sex worker does not mean that you don't see their humanity and don't care for them in that way. You and care could, and we're not talking about you're cuddling and being affectionate to these sex workers and unless that's what y'all negotiate. It's about just having the negotiation. This is what I want. This is what you want. Caring enough to hold the boundaries that both of you guys agree upon. Do you see what I'm saying? That kind of care. We're not talking about you got to be tender and sometimes y'all don't need that. That's not the relationship that y'all have. But whatever the boundaries that both of you guys have in this transactional situation, you care enough about the humanity and the person that you're dealing with to take care of the situation, to hold the boundaries. Does that make sense? Like, it's not about caring oh, y'all want us to be emotional, vulnerable to everybody. No, that's not what I'm. Now, when it comes to your wife, I'm going to expect that. I'm going to expect the emotional vulnerability and the cuddling and da 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 da. I'm expecting you to do this stuff to show that you love her. That's your wife or your long-term girlfriend or da 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 da. But when we talk about care in non-romantic relationship and just the sexual ones, it's just we're just hooking up. There can be care in those situations too because you're dealing with another human being. Do you feel what I'm saying? And not having care is the problem. Not having care. Sometimes it's just holding the boundaries and respecting the boundaries of the people. It's just what it is. And I think that's hard for some men men specifically, particularly. Sometimes that's when in situations that are not romantic, because romantic relationships are put on a pedestal. Those are the ones that I put all the work in. Those are the ones, and I think we shit on friendships in a way sometimes more. Some people put more emphasis and work into their romantic relationship as opposed to their friendships, even though sometimes their friendships was more impactful. But anyway, sometimes because we prioritize romantic relationships, all the other relationships we kind of shit on, and we kind of make it seem like they're not important for us to do the work and do the care and see the humanity in the people. We can throw prostitutes away, we can throw strippers away, we can throw trans women that we are just using for their fetish and their novelty away. We can throw fat, big fat BBWs who we fetishize for their size. We can throw them away because they don't have any social value, and we're just using them for their bodies. And so we can just throw them away. We don't have to care about them. Whereas our our wives and da 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 da, we can care about them. Y'all get what I'm saying? Therapist Esther Perel says we should treat friendship more romantic and treat romance as more friendly. I think that's beautiful. I'm beginning to think that some men sees a person's humanity is a turnoff. I think I think I think you are right, Gold. I think that I think that people, I don't think that, yeah, you said some. So yes, I think some men have been taught to disconnect from sex in a way that they have an unhealthy relationship with sex in their mind around sex. I say this all the time to people. My sexuality and my love is not based in a dynamic, the binary of dominance and submission. A lot of people have an unhealthy relationship sexually to dominance and submission. I think dominance and submission is not language that is rooted in love and care. Dominance and submission is white supremacist war talk, colonization talk. And I know that when we get to talking with these words of white supremacy and colonization, people will be like, oh Lord, why y'all making it this deep? Because it is that fucking deep. And to me, the way colonization has just goes into an area and pillages it and takes it and forces whoever the natives are, whoever this land is, dominance, to submit and to be dominant and conquer. Like all of those words are about taking over and war. I need you to submit. I need you. And same thing with just the language around submission when it comes to a wife. All of that shit is rooted in war language. It's not rooted in love language. It's rooted in war, conquering, submission, dominance. What's the language in the Bible? No woman should usurp authority on a man. That is fucking war language. That is not love. That is not caring language. And so when I think about my fantasies and my love and what I want, how I want sex to be, it's never about me dominating. And I think people have, or me being submissive and you dominating me. I think both of those positions are rooted in a binary of submission and dominance. And my love is not, and it's unhealthy. My love is not rooted in that binary. I want us to all, not all, who I'm dealing with, I want us both to be rooted in care and mutual pleasure. Like, it's not about, I don't want it to be about, why does it have to be, why do you have to be turned on by dominating me? Why can't you be turned on by just us being in this situation and doing whatever we physically can to make us feel pleasure, feel good, nut, come, feel whatever the physicality of pleasure? Why does it have to, why do I need to be on my knees and you calling me degrading names for that to be a turn on? Like, I think it's unhealthy. I think it's an unhealthy relationship to sex. Like, why do you have to, and I'm not yucking anybody's yum, but I think it is unhealthy if that's the only way. If you gotta put your hand around my throat and choke me and bang me hard with no kind of care, and that's the only thing that turns you on, that's the only way for you to get arousal, is that you gotta choke and harm. I'm sorry, I'm not yucking your young, but you might want to unpack that. Doesn't do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm not saying you wrong for liking what you like. Cool, like what you like. But if that's the only way that you can derive pleasure, by demeaning and degrading and not seeing somebody's humanity, is that the only way you're turned on? That's a problem. You might want to unpack that. You might want to unpack and go see a therapist and talk to somebody about why that particular type of sex is the only thing that turns you on. I think it's, I don't want to use a language of weird. I just think it's unhealthy, and you have to check it. Anyway, thanks for that, Gold, because I think that's totally true. I think some people have, and and when it comes to men, we're thinking about it, we're really focused on the dominating. I'm the dominant man, and bitch, get on your knees, and but that, the flip side, that is just as unhealthy too, babe. The submissive woman who only is turned on by being the submissive person, being disrespected, being punched, being used and abused. That's the only thing that turns you on, baby. Something's wrong with that. Like, you got to unpack that. It's the other side too. It's not just the dominant, harmful conqueror. It's the person who fetishizes being the submissive too, because those are the same coin. The coin is the problem. I think, this is my opinion. I'm not saying that it's wrong for you to like what you like. I want that to be very clear. I'm not yucking your yum. But if that's the only way that you can get off, that's rooted in some problematic shit. If that's up to me. And you might want to talk to somebody about it. If you got to get beat, Have you ever talked about race play? I have talked about race play in the past, and I think that that is another example of this type of scenario. Why you want to be a slave, baby? Why you when you are fetishizing slavery and you still a slave? Like most of the time, the nigga in the situation, and when I say nigga, I mean the black person. The nigga in the still situation is still the nigga. Like, why you not the if you want to play race play, why you not why y'all ain't swapping? Why you not the master? And they the slave. Why you still the slave in this scenario? You don't think that's problematic? If y'all want to do race play, why doesn't the pretending you are the master now in your fantasy? You are the slave master and the white boy is in the field. Why it never that way? Why it always gotta be you be the why you gotta be the bull? Why you gotta be the buck? Why you gotta be the um in the slave quarters? Why you what's going on? Like why you it doesn't make sense. And so I think that that's unhealthy too. I think that is I think you gotta unpack that. I'm not saying don't do what you like. Do what you like, baby. Whatever, whatever you like that's safe and consensual, it's cool. But I would just nudge you a little bit to examine why those type of dynamics are so deeply embedded in your arousal to the point where nothing else turns you on, to the point where that's how you got to get off. I would nudge you to explore why that is. Okay. I put in my notes, if a man identifies with the struggle, condemning if a man identifies because there's this mental health issue that that they're trying to that I feel like Roland Martin was kind of, hey Tiffany, I always feel like Roland Martin was putting out this mental health thing. Oh, the pressures that a black man is under, the pressures, the pressure. If a man identifies with the struggle, condemning his peers feels like condemning a behind the scenes version of himself. So they will prioritize empathy for the flawed man over the objective morality of the act. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like they will overdo the empathy for the oh he just a flawed man like me instead of like this is horrible. This is wrong. He killed his husband. He killed his wife and himself, leaving the children with no parents. Like, yeah, I understand that the pressures of a black man, blah, 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 blah. I get it. I understand. But you know what I also get? What I also get is that y'all want grace for the pressures that y'all are under, but y'all don't give that grace to nobody else. When it comes to when other groups outside of you motherfuckers are talking about the pressure, y'all don't give us grace on that shit at all. Y'all don't give us grace. Y'all don't. No. um. I also think. I also think it's like a stall tactic to like neutralize accountability, conscious or unconscious. If it what happened? It making it this kind of mental health thing. It shifts the conversation from the person's like current behavior to like this philosophical debate about human imperfection. Like, we all are flawed. The church folks love to use the word we all fall short of the glory. Or some, if it's not a church context, it'll be, who am I to judge? Hey Java, who am I to judge? What it is ignoring the facts of the situation. um I feel like that silence becomes a form of complacency that protects the status quo. I feel like that when you try to be like, make it equalizing some things, I hate that fucking shit. When somebody is doing some wrong stuff and they say we all sin, or we all, bitch, I don't fucking kill my wife. I ain't killed my wife. I ain't beat no woman. I ain't molesting no kids. I ain't done the shit that we're trying to. I ain't grape nobody. I ain't I there is shit that I just haven't done. So if I want to judge you on that shit, I, period, I'm gonna judge you. So if you're trying to say we all fall short of the glory, or we all do wrong stuff, I don't do wrong shit to that level. I don't do wrong shit like that. So you trying to equalize our humanity, I feel I have a problem with that. I hate when people do that. I hate when people be like, ain't nobody perfect. No, it's not about me being perfect. No, I'm not perfect. And I'm not saying I haven't had made any mistakes, but the level of egregiousness of what the mistakes that I'm talking about is not the same. So stop trying to equalize us. And if you out here graping women, that's not the same thing that mistakes that I've made. That's not the same thing. Because I've never done anything that violates somebody's body. I've never done anything like that. So stop playing with me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's like, don't put us in the same boat of harm. It's not about perfection, it's about level of I think it's about level of harm. It's not about, I'm not saying that I never harmed anyone in regards to, I don't know, hurting their feelings, or shit like that. Like, I said the wrong things and they took it wrong, or I don't, like, for example, like, I remember when I was younger in high school, my high school age and college age, I didn't respect men's boundaries. Like, I remember, not in the sense, I remember, like, for example, say I remember walking down the hallway, and this guy who I was acquainted with, we hadn't had sex or nothing, but I was acquainted with, and we talked and we laughed and we joked about stuff. I remember him walking down. We were cool. We were friends. I remember him walking down the hallway in his basketball shorts, and he had no drawers on, and I could see his meat. And I take my hand and I pat his dingaling. This is a technically a violation of his space. Do you see what I'm saying? I am touching him and he hasn't invited me to touch him. But because I'm young and I don't think of, I would never do that to a woman. I would never do that, but you're a man and men like you to touch them like that. I had to get older and hear conversations from men and men saying people will just touch you and that's uncomfortable. I had to learn that. When I was younger, I thought of men wanted you to be sexual to them. Do you see what I'm saying? Men wanted you to do you see what I'm saying? Like me touching a boy's dingling in my younger years because of biases in how I was taught about men were just horny toads. They want you to touch them. They want you to ain't no inappropriate boundary with men. Do you see what I'm saying? That's how when I in my younger years how I thought about men. You can touch them. They're not supposed to touch us, but you can touch them because they are horny freaks. So does it make sense? Am I the only one? I know I'm not the only one. But in my younger years, I felt like crossing those physical boundaries with men was a different thing. It was different. It was, I don't think that now as an adult, because I know everybody has their own body autonomy. But when I was younger, me doing touching, like I would never touch a cisgender girl. I'm not attracted to them, so I wouldn't do that anyway. But I think when I see a man doing it to a girl, why are you touching her like that? I'm not gonna have the same feeling if I see a girl touch a dude's private part because in my younger years, that's just what I thought. I thought that men like that. It's not the same thing. It's different. I don't have this thought process as an adult. I know now, as an older adult. I know now, but in my younger years, I didn't have that same feeling. I didn't have that same me touching a man's penis or doing or touching his butt or doing some sexual flirty where I'm crossing the line in touching him. To me, it was flirtiness. It was flirty, and dudes like that. Um, dudes are it's okay with men because that's just what it is. And the world affirmed it because when you would do it to the men, they like, don't get nothing started because da 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 da. Do you see what I'm saying? The world affirmed it. It wasn't until I got older and I met men who was like, oh, I kind of don't like that. Or not to me. But I would hear stories of men sharing how girls would be inappropriately touching them. Or, cisgender women at the gay club touching gay men. Oh, you're a boy. Or I know you're gay, but they're still touching them, their private parts, or touching. And then the gay man is like, I don't really like that shit. I don't really like you doing that. Like, no. Why are you touching me? Those scenarios, as I've gotten older, made me think about men's autonomy and think about, oh, have I ever been in that situation? And then I got to think back. Yeah, I've touched people. I've touched people's and crossed boundaries and didn't respect the boundaries because they were men. And so that's what I mean. That's what I mean. But my point was, like I was talking, why I said that, where I have done stuff like that, but I've never been in a situation where I'm holding a nigga down or I'm predatory manipulating somebody into having sex. I've never been in that situation where you don't have any autonomy about whether you fucking me or not. Well, then we gotta think. Let's talk about the nuance of that. I will have been in a situation where I was pussy stunting. Is that the same thing? Maybe. I might be being a hypocrite right now. Let me think about it. Yeah. Because they don't have all the information. So maybe I'm lying. They don't have all the information to give me consent if I'm trick fucking them. Maybe there's that. Because I have been in that situation where I'm trying to get some money and they're making I'm not raping them, but they're choosing to fuck me. They're making the choice to fuck me, of course, but they're making the decision under the information that I'm cis. And technically, they don't have all the information. Honey, that's survival. But we can't dismiss that. That's wrong. We can't dismiss the wrongness of that because then we would be hypocritical. Do you see what I'm saying? Like we can't if the tables were turned in another another situation and we were being tricked, I don't think that would be right. So I've never, anytime I talk about pussy stunting, I've never said that it was right. But I think the difference, and this might be me making excuses, I'm willing to take that hit. I think the difference is the level of harm. Me tricking you into sticking your dick in my butt and you nutting and going home doesn't really harm you. You wanted to stick your meat in me. You got to do it. And the negotiation was I get paid for you to do it. You do it. You get your pleasure. You go home. I go home. We all have our things. I think the deception is wrong, but there's no level of the level of harm is low. Not saying that it takes the wrongness out of the situation. Y'all tell me if I'm being hypocritical. But it doesn't take the wrongness out of the situation, but the level of harm in that situation is really, really low. He got his nut and went home. I got my money and went home. But I'm not skirting around the wrongness. I'm not saying that it's not wrong because everybody should have the information to give informed consent. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody should have all the information they need to give informed consent. And I think if you are skirting your way around the accountability of that and claiming that is right, I don't like that. What if you live in, say, Russia and it's stealth? Then why are you playing these type of games in such dire scenarios? Like, I don't think you should be playing those type of games, taking those kind of risks. But it still don't make it right. It's like it's any other wrong thing you do. I could steal a person's purse or steal from somebody. That don't make it eat just because I'm hungry and need something to eat. I don't think that that's necessarily not wrong. It's still wrong. You stealing this lady purse. You stealing from this lady. I know you hungry and surviving, but you still wrong. Do I understand it? Yes. I understand the scenario. I understand it, but it still doesn't. I think the wrongness is still black and white. I think it's wrong. The circumstances doesn't change the wrongness of it. It just makes you understand it more. You see what I'm saying? Like I can understand something and it still be wrong. I can understand the circumstances of why you did what you did and it still be wrong. I think that's the scenario that how I think about it. I think pussy stunting, it can be a survival thing, but that doesn't mean it's not, you're not having unconsensual sex. You're still wrong because they don't have all the information to make an informed consensual decision. You seem to give consent with all the information. If that man would have not dealt with you, if he knew you were trans, you have just violated his autonomy, his agency. Wrongness that springs from survival versus wrongness that springs from being psychotic, though, lets me know if I can trust you. I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference in motivations where I understand it and not understand it or agree with it, whether it can justify it or da 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 da. But I don't think it takes away wrongness, whether you're doing it because you're a psycho weirdo or you're doing it because you're trying to survive. I don't think it takes away the wrongness of it. Um, or and as far as trust, I don't know. For me, I don't think it lets me know. I don't think there's any difference. It lets what because what it lets me know is that if you're in a situation of survival, you will do something wrong to me. So that don't mean I can trust you. You still, whether you do it for survival or this person does it for psychotic, I'm still being wrong, done wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm still, if you, oh, I'm an addict and I just stole this money from you because I was in this situation. Why is it that men feel the need to cause violence instead of walking away? Are you talking, Andre? Are you talking about in a pussy stunt situation? Because that's not actually necessarily true. What do you mean? I can see where you're coming from. As an ex sex worker, I felt most Johns were wrong for cheating on their wives while paying me. But does that wrong justify your wrong? I don't think it does. I think uh, to, when the common saying two wrongs don't make a right. I don't think two wrongs make a right. Two wrongs make two wrongs. Two wrongs don't make nothing. They add up to two wrongs. Two wrongs make two wrong motherfuckers. So what gives you the impression that it always leads to violence? Because in my experience, it doesn't usually do. What leads to violence, in my experience, and the data in regards to homicides and intimate partner violence and that I know of, most people who are impacted by the violence, they already know their teeth. Most men, now that's the data in that. Let me switch out of the data in my anecdotal experience, which is not data driven, is anecdotal. Okay. So the data talks about most men who are violent, it's usually against trans women, is they know their tea. It's not about not knowing tea. So anecdotal. In my experience, which aligns with the data, but there hasn't been a lot of studies done on trans women and DO men and da 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 da. So that's number one. But in my experience, and what I hear from other trans women, if my tea is revealed to a man alone, it has never, ever, 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 ever turned into violence. Usually, when violence turns up in a situation where a dude finds out my tea, there is an audience. There are other people involved. There are other people watching. There are other people that he has to perform a certain level of masculinity. Okay? It is, but if I tell a dude, I am, in my experience, in my life, I am safer when I tell a dude in person, alone, my tea, because it two things happen, two or three things, three things. So the first thing is the easy one. They say no. I've talked about this before. They say no, I'm not interested. There's no embarrassment, there's no shame because it's just me and them. They say no, I'm not interested. This is very rare. I'm sorry. It's no arrogance, but usually when I'm in a situation with a man, the heat is heating, and honey, they usually fold. It's not about being arrogant. It's just about my lived experience. And men will fuck a fucking vacuum cleaner. Men will fuck anything. And I'm not a vacuum cleaner. I'm a bomb ass, beautiful, thick, sexy thing. So if you think these niggas is gonna fuck a silicone body part, these motherfuckers wrap towels in gloves and fuck them with lotion in them, with hand gloves. They will fuck anything. And you think they're not gonna fuck me with this 53-inch ass and these titties? Come on. So they're gonna do it. But in the situation, there is rarely a situation where dudes don't say, dudes just be like, nah. But it has happened. I'm not saying it doesn't happen at all, but it has happened. It's just rare. The second thing is they say yes. I want the experience. I'm down, and I'm here now. What's up? Let's do it. I've been thinking about doing this, or I done did this before, or dang, I didn't even know. You beautiful. Let's go. Or can you I might have been wanting to do everything, but now that I know you trans, I want you to just suck my dick. Or, which I'm very, very much like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. But that's this is some of the responses that they will give. Well, I'll get some head, or I'll da 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 da, or they'll say, this not when I was younger, but as I got older, if they come in my house and see fancy stuff and they think I'm rich, da, 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 or they think I got a little coin, they'll try to ask me for some money. Do I say yes? No. Got me fucked up. Get out. But sometimes they'll think of it'll turn into a trick situation. But it's a yes. It's I'm down, or I'm down under these circumstances or whatever. So you have that. The second scenario is it's a no, but it turns into a yes later. It's a no right now because I'm like, oh, I didn't think about this situation, and you're telling me my tea. But then a month later, they hit you back up. I've been thinking about it. Let's do it. Oh, they see you on the app again 6 months later. Damn, she really looked pretty in her new pictures. Let me slide back in them DMs. So that scenario. So that's usually scenario. It's rarely I've never. So I won't say that it never has happened. I don't believe that. I don't believe in absolute. But it has never happened to me where if I told a dude my tea in person alone, it never has been violence. Violence has always come to me when it is an audience, when they got something to prove to other people. That's when it is violent. It rarely violence by itself. Let me see. CO says, I 100% agree. That has always been my experience as well. This right there, it always performative in front of family, which is sad. I had a guy show up on show out on me because someone else told him my tea right after I had already told him myself, and he was okay with it. But because someone saw us talking, they decided to be messy. That has happened to me many a times. So he had to be performing the same. Too stupid, not their vacuum cleaner. They're fake. Yeah, that's the yeah, it's a fakeness to that. But yes, I've never it's rare. I think men have um created a bias in people's minds to think that they would get violent if they found out IT because some of them say it. Well, I would beat the motherfucker ass, but that's not the truth. They're just talking. They're just running their mouth. Well, I would do this, I would do that. So people who are not in our scenario have the mindset that men will get violent. Not saying that, especially because they performatively get violent in front of people, but the truth of the matter is in um have you told the violent story before? I don't remember that. Well, I haven't had a violent story that involved 101. I haven't had a violent story. I have had a violent story, a many of violent stories that had something to do with other people. I told the story about me and the homecoming guy who tried to fight me when somebody told him my tea at Jackson State, and I ended up robbing him for his money by the end of the night. I've told that story a couple of years ago. Um, but yeah, he tried to get violent with me. I told that story. The homecoming twirls. Yeah, so there's a video called Homecoming Twirls. I think that is the name of the video. Ain't that the name of the video? Homecoming Twirls? I think that's what it's called. I need to look that video up. Y'all know I have a lot of videos. And I have told many of my stories. Violence. Yes, it's called Homecoming Twirl. So if you want to look up that video, that's what it's called. So what's up in the topic? Hi, Janine. Yeah. All right. So yeah. So I back to the topic. So I wanted. So what I'm talking about, what I was talking about, is how church folks will say we all fall short of the glory. Y'all have heard that statement before, and usually it feels very gaslighty. It feels very dismissive. It feels like you're equalizing something that should not be equal. Yeah, we all fall short of the glory, but bitch, you fell down to hell. I don't be going down to hell. Like, yeah, we fall short of the glory, but you killing your wife, you molesting kids, you beating your wife. I ain't never done no shit like that. So don't be trying to equate my little mistakes or whatever little stuff that I've done to your big super egregious shit. And I think sometimes that somebody like a Roland Martin or somebody like a I think sometimes they use these as tactics to neutralize accountability. And it makes instead of it about it being harmful behavior and holding people accountable to harmful behavior, they turn it into this philosophical debate about, you know, this we universally are flawed humans. We universally are imperfect. So if we shouldn't be holding people account, we shouldn't be judging other people or aka holding people accountable if we are not perfect. You feel what I'm saying? And so for me, I find it to be, I feel like it's a shady tactic to neutralize accountability. So I want to just make sure I send that point home. Um, Now also I want to talk about cognitive dissonance. That's something that people throw around. Do y'all know what cognitive dissonance is? Like, I know that's something that people throw around. Do y'all know what that is? Like, what do y'all think that is? It's like the difference between what you do and what you think. It's the so like your mama and daddy would say, do as I say, not as I do. That's what it sounds like you're describing. Explain that a little bit more. Um, y'all tell me what y'all think cognitive dissonance is. When two ideas are unsettled and contradictory in your head. Yes. It's like a discomfort. So, cognitive dissonance is like a mental discomfort you feel when you hold two conflicting beliefs, like or values at the same time. Um, and what you do to reduce those tensions is people often justify or ignore one of the conflicting facts to restore their like internal consistency. It's like your fucking brain circuit. So you either it's like, oh, these two truths don't match. It's kind of one of common things is like white people back in the slave days. Y'all try to sell this idea that black people are unclean animals, but y'all was letting y'all babies suck on our titties to feed them. We were the ones that was cleaning y'all houses, but we the unclean, nasty ones. Y'all wasn't even cleaning y'all own fucking house. Y'all wasn't even nursing y'all own fucking babies. They was sucking on our titties. So you believe that we so nasty, but you also believe that we are here to serve you. We are made to serve you. We are meant to be slaves. So what happens is now we got to serve your babies. Now we got to clean your house. Now we got to do all the stuff that you say we don't like to do. You said that we're nasty and we're crazy and dumb and stupid, but we're smart enough to take care of your children. We're smart enough to clean your house and do all of the trade work. It makes people double down on wrong beliefs. It can be very hypocritical. There's a lot of that going on right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So in the context of public figures, like what we're talking about, so let's think about in the context of public figures like R. Kelly or a Chris Brown. Fans, this is an example. Fans often experience this kind of cognitive dissonance when their appreciation for a person's art and talent clashes with the reality of a person's harmful behavior. How they saw resolve those tensions. I love this person's art, but ooh, they doing this bad stuff. That tension. They're an amazing person because they do this art really, really well. They're a bad person because they rape people, they abuse people, they kill people, they whatever people. So how these conflicting beliefs, these beliefs they're the worst person in the world because they do this bad stuff, or they're the greatest exceptional person in the world because they do this good stuff. Those are conflicting ideals. And so what they do, how they resolve that tension, clock, 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 they rationalize, they downplay the severity of the actions. They'll say something like, "Oh, it wasn't that bad. Oh, Rihanna was fighting him back. Rihanna was fighting him too, but his face wasn't tore up like Rihanna's." Well, she lost the fight. They both were fighting each other. She just lost. And so y'all making it seem like all these kind of rationalizations. Oh, well, what about the parents? The parents should go to prison too, and blah, 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 blah. So all these kind of rationalizations that they will have, even though many R. Kelly victims had no parents that they were involved in, and they were specifically chosen because they didn't have parents that they were involved in. So now all of a sudden, you're ignoring all of his shit and rationalizing and justifying it and shoot and turning the focus on the parents when this harmful person wasn't just doing something to people who had parents and girls who had parents in their life. That wasn't always the case. And every one of the parents weren't down with that scenario. And if you're taking one parent that was and ignoring all the other cases, then why is that? You're just rationalizing. You're just rationalizing it. Compartmentalizing it, separating the art from the artist to avoid feeling guilt while listening to their music. Like somebody just said, yeah, I still like R. Kelly music. I don't want to think about it. That is compartmentalizing. That's literally what I'm talking about. So, and I think there's two different kinds. I feel like somebody like a Bill Cosby, I think you can watch the Cosby Show and ignore the the egregiousness of Bill Cosby's crimes, because what Bill Cosby is doing on the show is showing just a beautiful family and blah 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 blah. I don't think that same grace or that same type of situation works with R. Kelly, because much of R. Kelly's music has his bullshit sprinkled within it. Age ain't nothing but a number. Shit that seems like you're ready. When you are molesting minors and pissing on 14-year-olds, and your song talks about your body is calling me. It seems like you're ready. Age ain't nothing but a number. It's a level, if you're ignoring that it's in his music, it's in the music, you are doing that intentionally. And that's weird. Like how can you listen to, like if we're just talking about, I believe I could fly, I believe I can touch the sky, that song, no. But many of his songs are about sex, and that it's hard to ignore it in that situation, because it harkens back to, Andre, we're not talking about back then. We're talking about now. We're talking about cognitive dissonance and people doing this now, where we know all the information. We're not talking about back then. We're not talking about in the 90s when we didn't know what was going on. We're talking about now. So people who are not able to separate it now, when there's really no separation, right? Um, and then there's the clear denial, refusing to believe the evidence or accusations that keep the positive image of the person that they love, the artist that they love. And also they will seek out validation of these beliefs. They will seek out others who share the same opinions they feel about the artist so they can feel comfortable in their stance. So these are the things that people will do. They will seek out validation. They will seek out people who agree with them. They will deny it. They refuse, deny the facts of the situation about the harm. They'll compartmentalize, separating the art to avoid the guilt, or they'll um, rationalize, downplay the actions, making irrational. Michael Jackson's fans done entered the chat with this one. Amen. A lot, but because he's such big celebrity, people don't want to, especially as a black celebrity, we don't want our top tier people to be tarnished. I think a lot of times we don't like to hold our people accountable because of um fictitious kinship. Have you heard the concept of fictitious kinship? Because we are fictitiously kin to other black people, we sometimes what affects them, just like our pride of a black person doing something great, that shame can also apply when they do something bad. Oh, this make and you hear it all the time. Oh, that's making us look bad. And why are you doing it? That's house business. That's da, 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 da. That's not a conversation you have publicly. That's between the black people and oh no. And it's just we hear it all the time where we have a fictitious kinship to other black people. And so the positive and the negative, we can deem it as something that tarnishes us as a whole because white supremacy allows white people to have the privilege of individualism. All the white people who have shot up schools, bombed people, it doesn't make all the white people look bad. And they don't even think like that. But us, when we hear a mass shooter, which is usually white, but we hope that it's not black because then, oh Lord, and that's just not blackness. When we hear about the transness, the one trans shooter, and or something like that, they love to make it seem like it's all of us. So yes. So we talked about cognitive dissonance. And don't get me started on the trans misogyny. Let me see, what do I have in my notes? I think sometimes people are worried about losing access to benefits provided by whoever they are associated with. Um, and there's like a boys club mentality where they are loyal, where their loyalty is like misdirected towards a perpetrator rather than the survivor. Um, Challenging a friend or a person that you are associated with will show a disloyalty that you might not want to show, especially if your audience is predominantly male. Your fans and audience are predominantly male. But not exclusive to that, but something especially that challenging a friend can result in social ostracization. Um, of course, it can be like you can be labeled as disloyal. They don't give, and I say this again, they don't give other demographics grace. Especially if it's demographics they deem beneath them. They tell anybody else to shut up. I'm thinking about when it comes to this boys club mentality, what comes to mind is Usher. In recent years, him sitting down and kind of defending Diddy, him going on tour with Chris Brown, um, all of that kind of shit. I think that's just fucking. I don't know. This. I don't know. Is it, yeah. It's so random for him to do that to me, especially the Diddy situation, not the Chris Brown. So I think this is the nuance of Chris Brown to me. Chris Brown did his little time, and we know there's a difference between court of public opinion and court of court, the regular court. Um, Chris Brown did his little time. Rihanna's over it. That doesn't mean that he didn't do other stuff. He has done other stuff. What we have to accept is that while we may not be over it, or we may be like, oh, I just don't fuck with him. I don't like abusers. There are some people who just don't care that much. And so they don't care. And so he hasn't done anything that constitute them not being a fan. And so, because of the number of people who think like that, his career are there consequences? Yes. But his career is still going on. It's because he has fans. There's people that's going to support him. That's just what it is. And we just got to accept that that's what it is. He has for so long been above it all in the ways that they didn't need to comment, but from some reason now he was. That is true, LaShawn, in regards to Usher, because Usher hasn't been the most. He come from the era of celebrities that are mysterious. He hasn't been the most talkative celebrity. So the fact that you choose, it would be like Beyonce coming out and talking about some shit that we like, bitch, you don't even be talking like that. Bitch, you don't be talking about that unless it's curated under your own creation for an album rollout, bitch. I feel like that about Usher too. Usher don't be talking about politics. He don't be talking about shit like that. So all of a sudden you want to talk about Diddy. It just feels like, and then you not even under Diddy's label. Like he's under So Def. Like I would even understand it like you under Bad Boy. Like if he was under Bad Boy and not just a little mentor nigga or whatever. I don't know. It feels just like, girl, what? It just feels like unnecessary. He wasn't even from New York City. Right. You're not from New York. You what under Bad Boy. It just feels weird. Like what only thing that explains it is if You and Diddy are butt buddies, and you don't want to throw him under the bus because you don't want him to come out and tell your tea either. Because it is nothing about the scenario that you can't ignore it and not talk about it. It ain't like you in the Diddy files. It ain't like you in the Diddy, you're in the situation. You're in the situation where you're being called out in relation to Diddy. You're not in that situation. You can just be quiet. That is a great question, Moni. So Moni says, if a nigga is world renowned for being abusive, do you give grace for someone who gets in a relationship with that person? That is a great question. So I'm side-eyeing you, babe. I'm side-eyeing you for getting in a relationship. But what I'm also side-eyeing you if he beat your ass. Because you knew this scenario. It's kind of like MAGA. We knew this was we re-elected this motherfucker. We knew. um Now that don't mean that whatever happens wrong, I'm gonna justify it. I'm never gonna say that's what you get. You knew he was abusive. That's what you get, in a way to not hold him accountable. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you beat this woman up, whether she knew you was abusive before, da 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 da, I still want you to go to jail, baby. I still want you to get some consequences for beating this woman up. If he was under Bad Boy, he wouldn't have no money. Facts. um. So I'm not gonna not want him held accountable for his abuse, but I am gonna side out her, say, "Girl, you knew what was going on. Karuchi, you knew he was abusive. Bitch, you got with him after." You got with him after. So you knew. Anybody. But people will get with dudes thinking that they can save them. Thinking that they can save them. That's number one. And also, we're not gonna act like dudes can act different with other girls in a whole new scenario. Jermaine Dupri, high key, the Diddy of the South. I haven't heard any bad scenarios about Jermaine Dupri. What bad scenarios have we heard about Jermaine Dupri? Bad scenarios. He has like bad opinions. Like, he has really sexist opinions. But what, like, Diddy level stuff that Jermaine Dupri did? Oh, as far as music producer, yeah. So Def was definitely like the bad boy of the South. But I don't um that's what K Michelle always stood by. I think that's legit. What K Michelle said is legit, but I also, what I love about K Michelle is, I don't want to say that. I'll just say it because I don't follow her enough to know it's true. Usually when I hear K Michelle talking about like a R. Kelly, it's when somebody's asking her. Like, if they're asking her, then she's just saying, "Hey, I don't know. I ain't got no experience with that side of him. I don't know about that." And I think that that can be true. There are some people who haven't experienced that side of them, because you may be a woman of a particular personality that don't let niggas play with you like that. They might not just be attracted to you, so they don't want to do anything to you anyway. Um, in the way that y'all met could be on some professional stuff, so you didn't really get to see the ugly side of them. That's a whole, and I think that is hard for some people to grasp. Like, a nigga raping me don't mean that he didn't treat you like a queen. Oh, he was so gentlemanly to me. Yeah, but he raped me. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it don't, just because you had a good date with a nigga don't mean that it turned into something else with me. I feel like I don't know if it's not bias. Not bias, but as a trans woman, life has proven to me over and over that what people put up in front is not necessarily what they do behind closed doors. That has been a constant all of my life. So when I hear something that does not align with my experience with a person, because of my life, I always know that how people are behind closed doors is not how they are in front all the time. So I don't put it past anybody. I don't know this motherfucker. I don't know him. And so if I hear he done did some weirdo shit, why would I not believe it? Or consider it? Or be like, I don't know. I'm never gonna. What I hate is when a motherfucker is passionate about something they really don't know. Like, you really don't know what went on. Why are you passionate about being against it? Why can't you just say, oh, I don't know. I wasn't there. But this is crazy if this happened. It's the people who are super, super passionate about accepting the possibility of this person doing wrongdoing. Oh, I don't believe he did that. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about like a celebrity. Bitch, you don't know him. Excuse me. Bitch, you don't know him. Now, it's different if it's your brother, it's somebody you know personally, and you be like, I just don't believe that. But motherfuckers be so passionate about motherfuckers you don't know. And it be the same motherfuckers 1 minute, oh, I don't believe in be anti-vaxxers. I don't want to take this vaccine. But I don't believe I don't believe R. Kelly did any of that. I don't believe Diddy did any of that. I think they're trying to take a black man down. What? You don't believe a man could be harmful behind the scenes? Seriously. You don't believe a man can be harmful behind the scenes? Get out of here. Cognitive dissonance. Get out of my face. But I think we give celebrity a lot of grace of being good people. I think we give them a lot of grace of knowing more than they do. I think some of them are fucking dumb as a box of rocks, and because they can sing, all of a sudden y'all think they're the guru or something. Fuck out of here. These niggas, all they do is fucking sing. Especially the ones who, I'm not saying that college is the end all be all. I'm not saying that at all. Because I know some people who went to college that's still dumb. But there are people that we know that are celebrities that all their life they prioritize their singing career. So they were focused on being experts in music. Their studying was in music. This does not mean that they know are experts about all things. Some of them motherfuckers are not exposed to a lot of shit because they're not exposed to people pushing back on them and their ideology because most of the people around them are paying them. They're not exposed to some of the books and the lessons and the things that they would normally be exposed to because they are trying to be better artists. They're trying to make sure they're learning about contracts, make sure they're learning about the business of their they grow up. Like you think I can't imagine that if I sat down with Beyonce that I am going to have an intellectual conversation that I'm going to be impressed with. I'm not saying that she's dumb. What I'm saying is that her expertise is going to revolve around the music business because is what her life experience has made her an expert in. If I want to know about the music business, I feel like Beyonce is going to give me the tea conversation about all that she's learned when she performing to that high peak level. She's going to know she's the expert of that, of being this superstar, paparazzi, how the business works, and all of that. I think she's going to be a expert in that. But that's going to be where it ends. That's what I would believe. That's going to be where it's ends because she has no other time to do anything else. Balancing her life and family and this high-end, high-octane career. But that's just an example. I'm just thinking about other people too. Not saying that they don't have ways to learn and ways to grow and read books and da 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 da. Absolutely. I think that people can. But usually you can tell by some of the conversations that they have. I take B as a very special interest type of girl. Whatever she truly cares for, she definitely a subject matter expert. Yeah, I think she will do a deep dive on something that's relevant to her album. Do I think that when she was doing a country album that she did a deep dive on the history of country music so she can make her music relevant? Absolutely. There's a, not it's I don't think that I know that based on the depth of her musicality and song choices and all the stuff that happened with the Cowboy Carter album. I totally understood that she did a deep dive. And then even that, did she do a deep dive or did her A&R people do a deep dive? You see what I'm saying? Even that, but I think she did. I think that the collective of her team who was creating this album did a deep dive. And so she's learning about the Terrell lady. She's learning about, you get what I'm saying? I think it's specific to that special interest. I think when she did Renaissance, I think you get what I'm saying? She did a deep dive in how house music and all that shit that we saw, the depth of the music, the depth of the connection. Because everybody ain't got the same 24 hours, right? Um, what E Must doing right now is probably tripping on ketamine. Oh, child, I don't know what the rich man be doing other than hiring great people to execute their great ideas, or bad ideas, or great bad ideas. Even regular workers in the arts spend mad time on that shit. I would work 90-hour weeks on set shooting basic ass shows and movies. Hmm. So, yeah. Okay, let me see where we at. We are, if you are listening, thumbs up. I see it is 60 people in here. Make sure that you thumbs up. Only like 40 people, 47 people have thumbs up. So, what you other bitches doing? Why haven't you thumbs up if you listening? Um, That's free too. You know, when you thumbsing up doesn't charge you. It doesn't charge at all. It's just you letting you know that letting the kitties know that you like the conversation. Okay, we're at 2:30. Free 99 is free. It doesn't cost you anything. I ain't got no GoFundMe links in the I don't be asking y'all for money. I don't ask y'all to click the links and go support. I'll be asking y'all for shit. It's all free and voluntary. The least you can do is thumbs up, child. That's the least. Your braids are cute. Thank you, Ray. I wanted to talk about where we at. We are at 2 hours and 30 minutes. All right, I got a couple of more things. Okay, let's talk. I wanted to talk about in my notes, I have this section as structural issues. Let me see what y'all talk about. Did I miss the Ashley Janae? Yes, that was earlier, Mario. Did you have something that you wanted to add about it? Did I miss the perfume of the day? That's always earlier, K Rob. The perfumes of the day is a blend of Jean Paul Gaultier sandal and Satori's Wasaban. I put them together because this is a men's fragrance and this adds a little femininity. And I talked about it, how it smells like an attractive man that likes to bottom. Putting them together. He verse. He's gonna give you masculinity, but he don't mind letting you get up in them sugar cabinets, rattling them sugar cabinets every now and then. So that's what it smells like to me, and I love it. So let's talk about the structural issue. Okay, let's talk about Jean Paul Gaultier, baby. All right. So lack of accountability frameworks in male-dominated spaces, there are a few formal and informal mechanisms to address misconduct without a clear path to like any kind of consequences or rehabilitation. That default behavior becomes ignoring the issue entirely. So there's no mechanisms in male centered spaces to deal with shit like this. You get what I'm saying? And so the default is to ignore it. It'll go away if we just be quiet. If there's, and we see this in these governing structures in like church, we see because everybody is the good, perfect Christian, they haven't actually made rules. Clock this T. They actually haven't made rules in the church to figure out what do we do when somebody does come to us when one of our deacons has molested some little boy or molested some girl. We don't have official policies in place to handle these situations. And then when we do have policies, the policies isn't to protect the victim. And we see this in a lot of church structures. The policies is to protect us as an entity, as a church, from legal liability. If we do even have policies and actions to be taken, it is not to care for the victim. It is not to find justice. It is to protect us as an entity. So I want y'all to clock the difference between that too, because it's not always. Sometimes the default is to be silent because they don't have the structural policies to help. And when they do have policy, it's to protect the institution. Yes, Mario. My eyes is getting bad. Mario Gomez, is that what it says? Mario or Marlo? That looks like an L or an I, but it's looking blurry. Mario. I think it says Mario. Yes. So yes, protecting the institution. That's what the policies is for. That's what they're using the policy before. Instead of having policies that protects the victim. So I think about what case was that? Oh my God, what case was that? Was it I don't remember because it's so many incidents of the church covering up um harm being done when we think about the Catholic Church. There's so many incidents, but there was this one incident. I don't know the details of it, but I just remember this being a particular detail where one of the main pastors got caught doing something. Was it Ted Haggerty? I don't know. But they had created a policy in the church that if the women came forward about stuff, that they wouldn't call. The policy was not to call the police. The policy was to go to the big wigs of the org first. So that policy isn't to protect the victim. That policy is to protect the institution. Do you see what I'm saying? So the policy isn't to show or hold wrongdoers accountable. Do y'all getting the difference? It's not to hold the wrongdoers accountable. It's to protect the institution from accountability or liability. And that's not about the victim at all. And a lot of male dominated structures, organizations, institutions, male dominated social circles, all those S's and C's, social structures, um don't really have those rules because boys will be boys. Locker room talk, we don't need all of that because we're men. When we think about African Bambaataa and people in New York City and it being rumored or it being well known, not rumored, well known that he was molesting boys. But because he was a part of an institution, they were protecting him and covering it up. It wasn't anything in the social circle to actually hold him accountable for these actions. Um, did you see the KRS One? Yes, child. No accountability. But what I love in that interview is that the woman was like, I love that. So I hate when the interviewer interviews these people and there's no pushback. But I do love that the interviewer did push back. Um, Also misplaced priorities. Because sometimes interviewers want to keep, and this is a structural thing too. Sometimes interviewers want to keep access to the celebrity. They want to keep access to the celebrity so they don't do any pushback. I don't like that. I think what makes you a great interviewer is your ability to push back, your ability to examine and question and get them to ask questions deeply and not superficially. Get them to explain, even if it's just to ask them to explain their stance and why their stance is. There's a way that you can do it without being aggressive, but that's the skill of an interviewer. And I think some interviewers don't have that integrity. Um, yeah, I think people in history who become famous interviewers will do that. When we think about Barbara Walters, when we think about Diane Sawyer, when we think about um, Oprah, when we think about even like a Torre, I think some of his career he had some tough, like with Kanye West, even with Diddy, he's had some problematic moments where his career was in jeopardy by asking hard questions. Teray is one. Um, Wendy Williams, we don't give her enough credit for being the person that, asked the tough questions. Even if it's messy, it's messy because these are tough questions, bitch. I think that's why we fell in love with Wendy. Um, yeah, I think that's missing. I think even like Jason Lee, sometimes Jason Lee will ask the hard questions, but I also feel like sometimes Jason Lee will not ask the hard questions because he wants to keep a relationship with people. He only going to ask the questions with hard questions if he's being messy. But there are sometimes I think Jason Lee has some internalized homophobia and transphobia, and he allows people to say stuff on his platform that he agrees with that are homophobic and transphobic because he has a particular brand of I'm gay, but I'm not gay. I can be in spaces with straight men because I'm the kind of gay that's reasonable. I'm not one of them crazy trannies. I'm not one of them crazy gays. Um, he has this elitist type of gay mentality. And so because of that, he allows people to go on his platform and say transphobic and homophobic things without pushing back because he agrees with some of those things. And so sometimes he'll push back sometimes, but sometimes he won't. And I think those type of things is what makes us love particular interviewers. And I don't want to say journalists because sometimes I don't think people are journalists, but I still think that they are good at interviewing people, holding conversation, good conversationalists. Because some people I don't be consider them journalists, but I guess freelance, yes. But I appreciate them as interviewers. It's like, bruh, make it make sense. She was definitely a professional, for sure. I hope she comes back. Let me see what else that I have. Misplaced priority as we've seen in cases involving like Roland Martin currently, or other music acts like Usher. I think sometimes professional networking and optics often outweigh the ethical obligation to distance themselves from violence or abuse. So I think their priorities is not that. How do you feel about Kiki Palmer as an interviewer? Um, the same thing I feel about Kiki in general. I think Kiki is a beloved, safe entertainer. I think she comes up in the era of Disney, in the era of time where she knows how to cut on her commercial. She's a commercial girl. Like she is a like her persona is commercial. It's she knows she adds she's a celebrity herself, so her she's gonna have respect for the celebrities. She's not gonna ask super messy questions. She's gonna ask good questions, but the commercially good questions. Does that make sense? Like she's gonna get the questions that you get on Good Morning America. She's gonna get the questions that you she's gonna get the question. She's not gonna because she's a celebrity, she has a particular care that she's going to do. Do you see what I'm saying? Like she's a celebrity interviewer. She's not like a Gail King or somebody who wants to get the tea. She's going to be commercial. She is going to be palatable. She is going to be a safe place because she wants to have access to celebrity, and she is a celebrity herself. So she's not going to be asking no messy questions because she knows I don't want them to ask me about my tea. Do you see what I'm saying? So she's going to be very commercial, very safe. And so while I watch the show, her interviews when it's of somebody that I like to talk, that I want to know about. Um, but I'm not expecting Kiki Palmer to ask hard hitting questions. That's not what I expect from her. But I like her. She is a beloved celebrity character. She is one of the people who is like, you don't Kiki Palmer is our baby. You don't fuck with Kiki Palmer. Like she's a beloved black celebrity. I don't think she is a she could be on Oprah level one day. I don't think so. When it comes to interviewing type of person, I think of Oprah like I think of Michael Jackson, where you can't create another Michael Jackson. It's based on the time, it's based on who he was, it's based on his past. Yes, there do I think Beyonce is our current day Michael Jackson? Yes, I do. But the closest to equivalent, yes. But you can never make another Michael Jackson. Like you that was a artist of a particular type, a particular past, a particular time. So I can't compare. I don't think anybody will get to Michael Jackson's level in its totality. But if I'm thinking about top tier, top level entertainer of our generation now, it's Beyonce. Who Michael Jackson was in his time, top tier, top level entertainer, Michael Jackson in the 80s, yes, 80s, 90s, early 90s, yes, Michael Jackson. Who is that now? Beyonce. Talent, perfectionism, that top tier level entertainer, yes. I don't think we'll ever get that. And so Oprah, there's a history, there's a relatability, even amongst her being a billionaire now. But the reason how she grew to be who she is, there's a relatability. There's certain things that you know about Oprah that you can relate to. There's a skill, there's a level of intention that Oprah did when she was younger. When she was doing her own show, there's a level of familiarity. Oprah raised a lot of us. Um, that I remember coming home from school and Oprah being on and watching her show and having deep conversations, intentional conversations, and listening to what's going on with her. Yeah, it's I don't think that there can be another. I don't think that she has reached a stratosphere to where she's so unique that I don't think you can get to that. Yeah, I don't think you can get to that. I don't think it's possible. But I also think, let me caveat that by saying I think Kiki Palmer is well on her path to become her own version of that. Not Oprah, but her own version of particularly unique type of entertainer, similar to Raven Simone. I think she can become her own thing. I think she is well on her path of doing that. I feel like Kiki is going to be the perfect mix of Oprah and Ellen. Hmm. Hmm. I want Kiki to. I don't know what I want her to do. I thought Tyra Banks' talk show was one of the best ever seen, and we've never gotten anything like since her. Hmm. Interesting. Kiki gonna be Kiki. Yeah, I think that's what I agree. I think Kiki is gonna be Kiki. I think Kiki is on a path of creating her own lane. I think Kiki is on a path of um she's becoming her own thing. Will she go down as a legend as doing that? Where are y'all seeing these interview skills? Um yeah, I think she's really early in her career. So I always have people I'm never just like it's a bitch if motherfucking um what the fuck is his name? Shannon Sharp dumbass. Y'all loving his interviews. I feel like Kiki is better than Shannon Sharp. I feel like Kiki is better than Cam Newton. I feel like I want her to get better. She's trying this interview and shit out, and I want her to get better. And I think she's young and 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 she's on a path to getting better. So I'm giving her grace that this is a part of her career that she's exploring and is blowing up and she's getting better. So I want her to grow. And I don't want her to be in perfection right now. She's young and starting her new shit. So 5 years from now, if she's still doing interviews and I don't see any kind of growth, then I'm gonna be like, girl, I'm not seeing any kind of growth, but I don't think she's super bad. I don't think I actually think she's commercial. That is really the best word that I can this the same way I think Kiki is doing good in the same way I think about Robin Roberts. When I think about those people from Good Morning, it was not a surprise to me when she got that gig. What show was she on? Where she was kind of host for a little bit? Was it Good Morning America? Can't remember exactly what show it was. Where she got the gig, and you was like, oh. But when you see her doing it, it was a perfect fit. I was surprised that she got the gig, but then when I see her doing it, I was like, of course she can do this. This is perfect for her. Very Gail King, but young and vibrant and fresh. You see what I'm saying? Like it was perfect. What show was she on? Y'all know what show was it? Good Morning America? Let me look it up. What was it? CBS Morning News. Okay, great. Thank you. So when she got that gig, I was like, all right, Kiki. Like, I was like, oh, this is something new for her. And then when I see her doing it, I'm like, oh, this is good. She's good at this. Like, this is perfect. I didn't think about her, but once I see her doing it, it was like, oh, she's perfect for this. She's really good at the she can read. So she she can read the teleprompter. She can speak, because some people don't speak lively when they're reading. They don't know how to make the moment exciting in how they're interviewing, and she does do that. She's sharing her experience. She know how to shut up. That's another thing interview people don't always do. We've seen examples with internet people, um, like Sexy Lexi. When she interviews people, she don't know how to shut up and let them talk. And I think Kiki, that's a skill of an interviewer that you need to have. Kiki will shut up and let them talk. Just let them talk. And then she'll share her own experiences. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think that people don't understand that's a part of the skill too. The skill is to ask good questions, let them talk, be personable, make sure it's seeming like a back and forth conversation, get the point that you're trying. Well, depending on where you're, what's the point? So like me, when I interview, my point is to share you this person that I'm interviewing. So now, news stuff like a CBS Morning News, it is to give you the basic news of the story or of the person. You see what I'm saying? Like if they got a new movie out, if they got some tea going on with them, it's the basic news. So that is the point. But sometimes the interview is to share the person. It's not about the news. It's about, like, if Keke Palmer is interviewing Taraji P. Henson, it is to talk about Taraji P. Henson's cultural impact. You see what I'm saying? It's not about the news. So you're trying to share and good tea conversation from this person that we love. So you want to be entertaining, you want to learn about the tea, you want to learn about their work, learn about some of the history stuff. You want to convince them to make it safe enough for them to give you a good story about something. You want to ask questions that makes your interview unique and share new information that other people can't get out of this person. Or questions that, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not about the news. It's about the person. So it depends on the nature of the platform. It depends on that. And I think Kiki is a palatable choice. She's a commercial choice. And I think that's why she's beloved. Many people, she's a Disney girl. You got to be palatable to be a Disney girl. That's why Zendaya is really, really good in interviews. Those even the ones that are more edgy, like a Miley Cyrus, they're really good at what they do because they have treaded the life of being Disney girls and being palatable, and now they have gone into their different adult genres, but they know how to do the skill of being commercial and palatable. Raven Simone, Miley Cyrus, Zendaya, Keke Palmer, all these Disney girls know how to do that. They know how to cut that commercialness on because they've been doing it since they was a kid. And I think Kiki is that. Let me see. We talked about the structural issues. I said true accountability requires a fundamental shift where moral integrity is valued more than professional or social proximity to power. Until men or other people are willing to risk their social standings to protect others, these cycles of protections will likely persist. So I think that's self-explanatory. Until we stop fetishizing being connection to power. I say this all the time. If you want to see a nigga turn into a bitch, put him in a room with a nigga that got more money than him. A nigga that got more fame and money than him, that he admires, put him in the room. And them niggas will turn into bitch ass groupies just like a bitch ass groupie. Honey, they will want to ride in the car. They will fan out. They will get fighting mad. You talk about their homeboy. And let me give you a perfect example. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I really love finding little boys. Well, they're not little boys. They're grown men, but they're young. They're like in their 20s, so I consider them little boys. They're not little boys. They're just young men. And so I love when I find them and they just have really good politics. And so this one, let's see if I can find it. I really love him. This dude is named His name is Matthew Brooks. His name on Instagram is, I don't know how to pronounce this. Wyomatt, Wyomatt, 3 T's. His name is Matthew Brooks. He's on that podcast of those young men that really be on their shit, the Jam podcast. So listen to this.
Hey, bro, y'all gotta keep it real with him.
Hey, listen.
Wait, hold on. Let me give you all the context. So this is a caller calling into his live, talking about he needs to check his homeboy for beating on a woman. Okay? And so this dude name is, I think they'll talk about it. But yes, a dude is calling in on a man's live, and he's saying, yo, your homeboy just got caught beating on this woman, and why y'all didn't check him as his homeboy? And this was his response.
I don't know what the you talking about.
Hey, as a homie, y'all got
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. What would you do if you seen him?
Hey, what gotta do on real?
And what do you think will happen to you?
Hey, shit gonna happen to you.
Yeah, all right. We gonna tell.
See, you not a real nigga.
We gonna beat your motherfucking ass for hitting a man that hit a woman, because that's my homie. He didn't even say beat this nigga ass. He said check your homie, my nigga. You niggas is too pussy to check your 5'3" homie. Yo, 5'3" homie, Dub, you got a son. You raising this little nigga around these niggas. Be wondering why these little kids fucked up. Bro, I'm not gonna have an aneurysm, bro. I'm upset. You know why, bro? Because these is the niggas that's leading the next generation of kids, bro. These are the niggas that women are constantly going around, being around these men for this. CIA popping bottles and shit. Because now we have gotten to the point where we're clearing Deshae Frost smacking the shit out of a woman because what? we'll beat your ass. That's what Dub had to say about a nigga saying, yo, check your homie for hitting a woman. Dub said, we'll beat your ass, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? It's because all of y'all in this circle is fucking abusers. Man, how is they abusers? Because guess what? If you're watching the crimes being committed and you're complicit in actually, yo, bro, even talking to your homie about it, even publicly being like, I condemn him hitting a woman. If you can't do that publicly, what the fuck are you doing privately? If you can't publicly be like, I condemn a nigga smacking the fuck out, my homie smacking the fuck out of XYZ. You want me to believe you a goody two-shoes in private, though. I used to watch these niggas, you know why? Because they look like me, though, bro. They was where I wanted to be in terms of the bread, in terms of the parties, in terms of the cars. They was where I wanted to be. Then you look at these people when you get older and you get a fucking brain on you, you start looking at these people for who they really are. None of these niggas can even remotely be like, that was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. It's about, oh, that's my homie, though. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, we can have fun. We can do all of the cool shit. We can have the chains. We can have everything. We don't have to clear beating the fuck out of women. Why do y'all niggas act like we can't have fun without clearing that shit?
Hey, bro, y'all gotta keep it real with.
I mean, out of the mouth of the babes. I mean, the kid's gonna be all right. And this goes along with what we're talking about. It's like men have to be strong enough to be willing to risk their social standings to say, no, this isn't right. It shouldn't need to be said, but it needs to be said because we have a problem with people protecting people that they shouldn't protect or venerating, putting people on pedestals that shouldn't be put on pedestals. And you have to have courage to do that. And sometimes it's not, I don't think everybody should be thrown away. I don't think every situation means everybody. Now, does that mean I can throw you away? Yes, but I don't expect your friends to throw you away. You have a closer, intimate relationship with your friends. So because of that, sometimes what it means is your friends need to call you out and say, bro, that's not okay. That's not all right to do. We still cool, but it's not okay to do. I don't think it always means exile, but people who they care about. Because some feminist old 45-year-old tranny, they not going to be looking to me and respect my opinion on it. I can say it to the cows, honey, come home, child. They not going to care my opinion, but you know who they going to care about their opinion? Their homeboys that they're in circle with, because men care about circles, their community, especially the lonely ones. Especially the ones that don't have relations. Because if you notice, men who get married, who have women, they become their friend circle. Like women hold the in relationships with men, they hold the complexity of their relationships. They hold that and navigating them through that. They become their bestie friends and if they have a relationship with her like that. And they have to hold the conflicts between the men in that situation, in their situation. Men's relationships, their community is important to them. So they don't want to be pushed out of those communities. And so if the men, the men say, hey, bro, that's not cool. We don't do that shit over here. And if you want to stay in our circle of friends, you got to check that shit. I think that kind of courage will shift. I think we saw it when the Me Too movement happened. There's a reason why African Bambaataa have been molesting boys, young boys, from the 70s until who knows when he stopped, till he's dead now this week. He had been messing, but nobody had came forward until 2016 because of the impact that the Me Too movement had at the time, that not only gave women courage to come forward, but also men, because there is a counter, I don't want to say a counter, but anytime you hear women talking about the harms at the hands of men, men love to bring up women molested me or women did this to me as like a counter, as if women don't have a problem with that shit too. Bitch, we got a problem with women molesting kids too, ho. We want them hoes held accountable too. So it's not a gotcha moment. Y'all just started talking about it because prior to it, y'all was proud. Oh yeah, I got some pussy when I was 11. Now, because we gave y'all room to be vulnerable, now y'all talking about it like it's a problem. Before, y'all would be bragging about it. But now y'all talking about it like, oh, I shouldn't have been in that situation. We gave y'all room to be vulnerable. And so y'all be vulnerable. And so now boys are coming out talking about, or grown men are coming out talking about the harms that they had against women and against pedophiles, male pedophiles. And so that's why we get in 2016 these people coming out about African Bambaataa. Do you see the connection? The cultural shift that allowed women to be free, also it allowed them to be free. Which isn't that how we said it works? If you center the least among us, it's gonna benefit everybody coming up. Ain't that how it works? We've seen that that's how it works. So, all righty. Well, that's all I wanted to talk about in this scenario with all this domestic violence, intimate partner violence going on with Roland Martin shit, with the Ashley Janae shit, with the trans woman that got killed in Chicago, the Devont Curtis. So all of these domestic violence situations, Lieutenant Governor Fairfax of Virginia. Yeah. I wanted to talk about that stuff because it's a lot going on. Be the leaders that they swear they were created to be. Yeah, isn't that's what's but I think that's cognitive dissonance too. Y'all make up this lie that y'all are these amazing leaders, but then y'all following like sheep, and weak ass sheep that can't buck up against when these motherfuckers is wrong. And so you just ignore it. That's cognitive dissonance too. Your leader, y'all were created to be leaders, but you can't even speak up when a motherfucker is doing some immoral ass shit. Get out of here. All right, so I'm gonna open up the floor. What y'all want to talk about? That's all I want to talk about with that. So, but I know usually the last little 30 minutes we get to talking about something off the cuff. What's on your mind? And while y'all type it out, I'm about to make me some popcorn. Hey, have y'all ever made egg coffee? I learned how to make it in Vietnam, and it is so good. Y'all want me to show y'all how to make it? It's so easy, and I can show you how to make it. It is so good. Okay, I'll show you how to make it. Let me go get the stuff because it's so easy that I can show y'all on camera. And it's fast. All right, so you need instant coffee. You need 2 eggs. You need condensed milk. However you make your instant coffee. So however you make your coffee. So you make your coffee how you normally make it. Whatever your favorite way to do it. Make a cup of coffee. So I don't like I'm not a coffee person connoisseur that I have a particular favorite kind of coffee. I actually don't like coffee, but when I tasted coffee this way, I love it. So this is my way of making coffee. So I'm not somebody like, oh, I need the beans to be roasted from the depths of a jungle of Colombia. I'm not her. So I can take a cheap ass instant coffee and create what I want because coffee tastes like coffee. It's kind of like wine. I'm not abreast to the perfect tasting types of wine. I'm not that fancy. So, all right. So y'all know that. So whatever way you make your cup of coffee, make it. So boom. So once you have your coffee, boom, I'm about to show y'all. All right. So I have this kind of coffee. This is a Texas brand. This is how the Mexicans spell Texas. This is a Texas brand. This is one of my favorite kind of chocolate powders, cocoa powder, a little sweetened ground chocolate, and then we have 2 eggs. So in a bowl, it's me with tequila work, right? Because I love tequila, but I don't know the fancy tequilas. It's just tequila. I use 2 eggs. You can use 1, but I use 2 because I like my foam to be I don't know. I tried it with 1, it wasn't enough. I like it to be a nice layer. So you need 2 eggs. So this is my kind of eggs that I like. Bitch. So I don't be using eggs that much. So when I go to the store, I get the little 6 thing like this because anytime I get the big carton of eggs, that motherfucker just sitting there and I don't fucking use them. And I feel like eggs cost too fucking much to be wasted. So while it may not be the bang for my buck, I be getting this. I be getting this little stuff. Is that true? Am I tripping? But I just threw out 2 dozen cartons of eggs, and I only took out 2. of each one of the cartons because I didn't fucking use it. I always using and eating eggs. Yeah, I'm not always using it like that. So if I was using it, I feel like this is another thing. I'm learning by being alone. I'm learning a lot about myself that I don't fucking like. By being alone. So what people may not know about me, since COVID, this is the first time in my life that I've lived alone. Like people don't, I didn't get it, but somebody always lived with me. Like it's always been my house, but somebody is always staying with me. I'm always letting somebody sleep on my couch. My home has always been open for people who was homeless. So not everybody, but sometimes people that I didn't even know. My gay son, Jonathan, he met me on BGC and gave me this sob story about not having nowhere to go, and I let him come stay with me. Now, that can't happen now because I have become a bitter old lady and don't trust people. But that was in my 20s, and I was like, oh, I believe your story. Now, he wasn't lying. He wasn't telling me a lie. But how many people are just going to let some stranger from the internet come stay with them? Not many people. But I did that. And so what I've learned is I haven't lived alone. So there is certain things that I'm learning about myself that I'm learning what happens to my routine if I'm alone. So my house, when I'm alone, my house will become a mess. As opposed to when I'm with somebody, because we both are holding ourselves accountable and saying, hey, we need to clean this house up. This house is getting a mess. But but now that I live by myself, I will let it get out of hand where I'm like, bitch, if you don't take these clothes and hang them up, you got 2 loads of laundry from a month. That's sitting on this side of the bed. Put them clothes up. So I have to remind myself, girl, whereas when I'm living with somebody, because when I'm living with somebody, I'm in caretaker mode. So I'm caring for the people in my house. That's my natural self. Like my natural being is to do that. And so because I raised my brother and live with my mom. I'm like, hey, you got some laundry? You got some laundry you need me to wash? Because I'm about to go do laundry. Cool. Go do laundry. Okay. Here's your portion of the clothes. Fold them up, put them up. I'm about to fold mine up. It's because it's connected with other people. It puts me in the mindset to do it more often than when I am alone. So it's the same thing with cooking. I love cooking. When people are in my house, I cook all the time because I love cooking for people. So, and it's not on no obligation type of shit. It's just that I like the act of cooking for people and watching people eat my food and love it and da 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 da. So when people live with me, I grocery shop more often. I cook more often. So I was using the eggs that I was cooking for breakfast for the people that live with me, myself and them included. But now I'm not cooking a lot for myself in the way that I would be because I got leftovers. I got this, or I want to do some Uber Eats, or I want to do this. Da, 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 da. I'm not thinking about it in that sense. Whereas like when Brandon lived with me, oh, I know Brandon don't know how to cook, and I know he need a home cooked meal, so I'm cooking. And I know he hasn't eaten, and I know he ain't got no money, and you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about caring for the people in my house, and so living alone has taught me that some of the stuff that I was doing was real performative in that kind of way. Do you see what I'm saying? Where I was like, I'm just performing it because I live with somebody. And so, yeah, I learned through the eggs. I don't be using eggs like that unless it's somebody in the house with me. Because by myself, I don't be wanting to eat eggs all the fucking time. So I'm not just waking up, ooh, I want to cook eggs in the morning. No, as opposed to sometimes I'm doing that when somebody live with me. So anyway, 2 eggs. Let's go back to what I'm supposed to be focusing on. Okay, so this is my coffee cup. So I'm gonna make the coffee, and I'm gonna bring. All right, I'm ahead of myself. So make your coffee. Make your coffee. Here's the 2 eggs. You are going to use the yolks of the eggs, not the whole egg, the yolk. Now you can scramble the egg whites into an omelet or something, however you want to do it. But for this recipe for egg coffee, you are only going to use the egg yolks, the yellow part. Got it? All right, so let me go separate these egg yolks and then bring it back. Where did I put my... All right. One second. Now I gotta put the coffee in here. All right, so let me put this right here. We're gonna take our coffee. Let me see. I never lived alone. Me too. Great. So I'm really adjusting in my 40s to the idea of that because, all right, so I'm going to use some of this instant coffee. So this is just kind you don't brew. You just add water. So because I'm not a coffee connoisseur, I'm pretty sure some coffee connoisseur can make a better coffee, but this is what I like. I'm gonna use about a tablespoon. I don't know, whatever this amount of is in my cup. So boom. Instant coffee. But however you make your glass of coffee. And then I'm gonna take this. This is the chocolate. I'm gonna do about half of what I just put in there in the chocolate, because I'm gonna put some more of this on the top. Alrighty. And then I'm gonna add, now this is, you want to add like some, I'm gonna do hot water, but I would prefer milk. But I don't feel like boiling no milk. What I am gonna do is in that cup of coffee where I put the chocolate in there and the coffee, let me stir that around so it can get all mixed up. I'm gonna put a little bit of half and half cream and half and half. All right, so there's enough of that. Let me put it up. Alrighty, so this is sweetened evaporated condensed milk. You are going to take, the only good egg is a grown egg. You are going to take those egg yolks. You're going to put, I don't want to spill it, the egg yolks and the condensed milk. Y'all see it? So 2 egg yolks and an equal amount of condensed milk. So however much the egg yolks you have, put equal amount of condensed milk. So whatever, look at it. You can look and see. Whatever the amount of egg yolk is the amount of condensed milk you need. So yeah, so if you use 3 eggs, use 3 egg yolks worth of egg yolks. If you use 1 egg, use 1 egg yolk worth of condensed milk. All right, so I have one of these. You can do this with your hand, but bitch, it's 2026. You can do it with your hand, it's just gonna take longer. Let me get the electricity. You know, I'm all about from scratch, but that don't mean it needs to be. We work smart. We don't work hard. Work, if you can find it, is easy. And you put the attachment. This is this. So you put the attachment on the thing. And you put it on low first because it'll splash if you don't have a big enough bowl. I do not. And then you start to blend this. Put it on low first. And my bowl is little. And then you just keep whipping this until it gets like super white and creamy. Well, like pale yellow. It is easy because this is the last step. You can do it with your hand though, like with a whisk. Now remember, you need to do this for a while. So wait, I'm gonna cut it off so y'all can see what it is so far. So far it looked like this. But you need to keep going till it get like you would a meringue. You gotta keep going. Don't let it don't be dismayed. As the church folks say. Keep going, keep going. What you're doing is you're whipping this. And this is incorporating air into your whipped egg yolk. Now, I do not do this, but this is egg yolk, raw egg yolk. So if you put the bowl, or a safer way to do it, I'm not doing it the safe way. If you're worried about salmonella and all that, you put the bowl that you're mixing this in over some hot, not in the water, but over some hot water, and do this mixing. It will cook the egg while you do this. So you don't have to worry about salmonella. But I'm not worried about that. All right, so that's enough. So as you can see, look, it is creamy and just yum. Like, So, pasteurization, yes. So you see how, wait, let me put it on a little bit so you can see. It's just getting all, I don't know why I picked this little bone, but it's not causing no mess because I'm a little skilled. But yeah, it's just really creamy and juicy and delicious and sweet. So let me go put this in the sink so it doesn't create no mess. Let me take this out. All right. So now you have your coffee. Where did I put the Okay. So now you have your coffee. Your coffee is in your jar. Make sure it is up to whatever flavor standard you need. All right. And then you take this and you pour it on top. Let me see if I can. Can y'all see that? You pour all over. And it's going to fill up the whole top of your jar. Well, top of your cup of coffee. Now, because you have mixed it in with, So good. Because you have mixed it in, it's so good. And I saved this meant for 2 cups, so I don't really be drinking 1 cup. I want 2. Take my fragrances down. So now I take a little bit of the chocolate. I put this in the coffee too, but I want a little bit up top. You take like the thing of your, and then you sprinkle, because this is sweetened chocolate. And then you sprinkle it just a little bit on the top of the stuff that you just made. Boom. Because it's sweetened chocolate cocoa. And so now you have a coffee that has about this much of that creamy yellow foam and this much of coffee. So when you drink it, it is so good. Like, it's like this is like creamy and sweet and delicious. And the coffee doesn't have as much sugar because you haven't put any sugar in it, because your sweetness is coming from the creaminess of the little egg you just created. And of course the little powdery stuff. This stuff right here tastes like French vanilla cream. It's so creamy. It's like creamy. It's like, oh my God, it's just perfect. Like, I'm not a coffee person, so I don't drink coffee like that. But this was so good while I was in Vietnam that I was like, oh, if coffee tastes like this, I'm drinking coffee like this. This is fire. Okay, that's a $30 dessert at Nobu, no shade. But you get the liquid. So once you get past the thick layer of foam, like once you turn it up, the liquid start to come in your mouth, but the foam is already in there, so it sweetens it. And it is like creamy, soft. I can only imagine if your whatever your favorite coffee is, whatever that flavor is, with this, I can only imagine that being fire. I don't care about distinction of coffee, so this coffee flavor is good enough for me. But this texture, it's like, ooh, this not only feels fancy, but it's perfect. Vietnamese egg coffee. Love it. I'm going to try it with the bourbon brown sugar coffee I found. That sounds good. And call it the Diamond Work. I love this. And you get that soft velvety foam because you done whip this into submission. It is just soft and creamy and foamy. The condensed milk, the heat of the coffee doesn't scramble the eggs because the condensed milk has turned it into something else. And so it doesn't turn, you don't get, like, it doesn't scramble from the heat. Because that's what I was worried about. I was like, if I pour this shit in here, is it going to scramble the eggs? But no. Yes, I love it. And so, because I'm not going to fix no more coffee, I'm going to put the rest of this. The 2 eggs make enough for 2 cups of coffee. but because I'm not making my coffee because it's at night and I don't want to stay up. And even though I just woke up, child, I'm going to put the foam in. Not saying that this would substitute a breakfast, but because it's 2 eggs, you put some fruit with this and some, that can be your 2 proteins. It's 2 eggs, honey. That's a part of your protein, girl. And you're not adding no sugar. Yeah, you add in the condensed milk, but it's only whatever the amount of yolks. You're not adding like granulated sugar. It's like I don't know. It doesn't feel as unhealthy as like an orange juice or something. Not that orange juice is unhealthy. What am I saying? I don't know. You getting 2 eggs of protein, girl. And however I am trying to make this seem healthy, it's working for me. I love it. What is you doing? Oh. But you cannot put the milk if you don't want to put the milk. I mean, what is making this super? Yeah, it doesn't seem like something that's super unhealthy. You got 2 eggs, you got coffee, you got water, and you got honey, some condensed milk. You good? Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. 1 to 2 tablespoons. So 1 tablespoon of condensed milk is 130 calories. Coffee don't have no calories in it. Let me see how much is. Okay, Google. How many calories is 2 egg yolks?
2 egg yolks contain approximately 110 calories.
Yeah. So what's that? 240 calories? Wait, we got to talk about the chocolate. So how many tablespoons we put in the chocolate? So that's 240 so far. We put 1 tablespoon of this chocolate stuff, and that's 50. So that is 290. Was it? What was more? What? I literally used my little tablespoon. How was it more? No, that was no. That was only 2 tablespoons. That's what I did measure. I can't measure the yolks, so I don't know what the yolks was. That's what I literally did measure. I think it might have looked more because the yolks is in there with it. Yes, you got, but the whipping you're adding air as you whip. So it's like a meringue. So it makes it look bigger. But only thing that I put in the bowl was 2 egg yolks and 2 tablespoons. That's why I said whatever amount of yolks you use, that's how much you use of the condensed milk. So if you use 1 egg yolk, only use 1 tablespoon. So yeah, it was more than 1. It's 2. So whatever I felt like 1 egg yolk is like 1 tablespoon of egg yolk. So whatever the amount of egg yolk, because the egg yolk is like a little yolk. So I use whatever the condensed milk that is. And then when you mix it, you do that. You add more volume because the air is mixing. So this is about in total, no, 300 calories, 3 something. Honey, this, you good. And some fruit for some fiber or something, you good. It's so good. I love this. I don't really be fucking with coffee like that. But this way, almost gone. Oh, I loved it. Fire. So yes, if y'all on the internet and y'all make it, send me some pictures. Send me some pictures on you can send me some pictures on, like, if you on Threads, if you on Instagram, send me some pictures. I will put that on top of some French toast too. Now, baby, that was slap. Ooh, that was slap. That would be good. Or just in the middle of it, like put it in the middle of 2 pieces and the syrup on top. Ooh, that would slap. That would be good. Oh, now I'm hot because of this coffee. It's warming up my body. Oh, but it's so good. Yes, I love it. It's dope to me. Like it was the best thing that I took from one of the best things that I took from my trip. I was like, oh, I never heard of this. I even went to, I searched for it because we got a big Vietnamese, we got the highest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam, from what I'm to understand, here in Houston, or it's either the highest population. Yeah, I think it's here. It's kind of, we top tier in Nigerians and top tier in Vietnamese here in Houston. So we have the big, it's kind of like San Francisco with Chinese. They have like one of the biggest population of Chinese people outside of China. And I think the same thing. I think us is Vietnam and Vietnamese and Nigerians. Outside of Nigeria, we have the biggest population of Nigerians in our city. Same thing with Vietnamese. Anyway, so I was like, I know they have to have a place that serves it in here, like in Houston, and they sure did. I Googled it and I found a place. It was kind of far away from me. But I went and I sat down and ooh, they had it and it was so good. It wasn't good as the one I make and the one that I got at the other place in Vietnam, but it was good. I hate when niggas, they want to share about how interested they are in you, but the effort and the energy stops there. Girl, I don't care. Cool. Okay. So what we doing? There's this dude. I think he's so cute and he's so sexy, but his piece is big. Everything he got, everything that I like. But okay, you interested? Now what? You telling me you interested? What am I supposed to do with that information? Are you making some plans? Are you, especially, and he don't live in my area. So okay, cool. What you doing? You flying? You flying to Houston? You flying me out to you? Like, what is the tea? Because you keep repeating this, but you ain't moving forward in no tea. No, he's not older. We the same age. We both 45. I don't really like younger men. I don't really um I don't really there's a certain lifestyle. There's a certain lifestyle that I live that I like to maintain. And a man that can't help contribute to that lifestyle does not really interest in me. I don't know if this is some residual of me being a sex worker. And I know I'm young and old. I know I'm older, not young. I know that I'm older and I might have aged out of feeling like that. But that's why I date men who are my age or older, because I need you to be established a little bit. So, because I like to do certain, and I'm not talking about, oh, I want a man to take me on trips. I'm talking about basic shit like, I need you to have a car. I need you to have your own place that you can come visit me at mine and I can come visit you at yours. I need you to be a traditional man that likes to pay for dates, that likes to date, that like to go on dates. I need you to I need you to have your adulthood established so that I'm not, because I don't have patience to navigate around poverty. I don't have patience to navigate around in the way that I did when I was younger. I don't have the patience to navigate around things that I think you should have established as an adult. There aren't men in their 30s with that. Yes, I think I don't yeah, it's sometimes. And those are the type of men that if they're younger than me that I would date if they're established in that way. Um Also, I'm a millennial, an older millennial, and unlike predatory men that I see, I don't find it attractive for you not to have my cultural references. So I like men in my age bracket because we have cultural references that we can laugh and joke about. There are some, when I date younger men, there is certain, not usually in their 30s, but definitely early 30s and below. When I've engaged with them, we don't have the same cultural references. And so there are certain things that they don't understand, jokes, culture connections. And I don't, that's a glaring bright light of me being way too old for them. And I don't find that attractive. It makes me feel old. And I don't like dating men that make me feel old because I don't have children and I'm getting older and I don't want to feel old. So if you're not getting my jokes or you're not getting my references because you are young, that immediately makes me feel like auntie. It makes me feel old. I don't like that feeling. Some people don't care. Some people don't care about that. I do. So I like dealing with men who make me feel my age or make me feel younger. So Yeah, somebody in their early 30s or 20s and they're established. I don't really be, sometimes it just don't do it for me. How do you deal with narcissists? I don't. Anytime I'm also, I don't have the patience that I had when I was younger for any kind of weirdo activity going on with men, with people not men. I date men, so I can say men. I don't date anybody else. So any other type of person. So I don't have the patience as I did when I was younger to deal with narcissistic personality behavior. Um, I don't have the patience to deal, like I said, to deal with poverty. If I say, hey, I want to go somewhere and you can't go because you ain't got no car, boy, block. Oh, I can catch the bus and we can meet. Your transportation can't be an issue. It can't be a barrier. Um, you don't have to have a car, I guess. You don't have to have a car, but you have to have a way to get around, Uber or something to get around to where it's not a barrier. Do you see what I'm saying? It can't be a barrier. Um, Money can't be a barrier. I'm the type of person that eats where I want to eat. So I need you to be that type of person too. And that doesn't mean I'm always going to fancy restaurants because that's not true. But if you invite me somewhere, I'm not worried about not being able to afford something on the menu. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not worried about whether or not I'm going to be able to pay for my bill or it's reasonable. So yeah, I'm not into younger dudes unless they are established. This doesn't mean I wouldn't date somebody that's 35, 37. I'm more of a 10 years up, 10 years down kind of person. So I'm 45. So anybody under 35, I probably wouldn't date them. They would have to be like so amazing for me to do that. But anybody under 35, no. Anybody over 55, probably not. I don't want you to be super, super old. They would have to be exceptionally amazing too and exceptionally rich to where it's like, ooh, this would be a life-changing connection. But even that, I don't even, and even that, I'm also, how can I explain this? I'm also, there's certain things I'm not willing to deal with, even which is different than when I was younger. Even in a sugar daddy, sugar baby kind of situation, there's certain things I'm not willing to deal with. Even in a situation with a rich nigga, like you ain't disrespecting me. I'm not changing my motherfucking life so much. I can make adjustments, but it's certain sensibilities that I have to power and control that I have to have over myself that I'm not willing to give up for a lifestyle change. That's where I'm at in my life now, where I've met dudes, like rich dudes that gave me proposition, but my power would have to be compromised, and I'm not willing to do that. Where I'm like, this sounds nice, but I'm not willing to give up certain autonomy and certain power for this lifestyle change because I don't trust niggas like that. You get what I'm saying? Even if he's not lying, he will change my life for a time. There's gonna be, like, I'm not about to give up my place to stay to come live with you and live this life because at some point you might get tired of me. And while you'll give me the life for a certain amount of time, at some point you might stop. And then what? Then I've lost my shit and I gotta start over. I'm not willing to give that power up. I'm not. I don't like that dynamic. And so when I was younger, I was willing to do all of I am not open to poly dynamics. I'd rather be alone and single than to navigate multiple niggas' personalities because I'm not attracted to women. So why I don't see the difference in me being single navigating a bunch of niggas as opposed to me being in a relationship navigating a bunch of niggas. What's the difference? When I can be single and free and do what I want to do, as opposed to being with 2 to 4 men, and then I don't know. I don't see the point. Maybe I don't understand the lifestyle. I just don't see the point. It doesn't. What's the benefit of dealing with 2 to 4 niggas in a committed relationship and navigating the personality and needs of 2 to 4 dudes as opposed to just being single and navigating the needs of 2 to 4 dudes? I already do that. Single. So what does the label of being in a relationship change? Maybe I don't understand it, which is why I'm asking. What does why not? Because my mindset is always, why don't you just be single and deal with who you want to deal with? Why I got it? What's the benefit? Like, what's the gain? I'm not understanding. I haven't been able to grasp the gain of it. The gain of what do I get out of this? What's the special perk? Maybe y'all can explain it to me. Yeah. I can't. I'm done. That's so good. Oh, let me go put this in the sink. Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I don't see the point. And right now, I can see. Not my problem. I would dig the popcorn in the yolk too. Oh no, I don't like soggy popcorn. Relationship wise, so idealistically, I would love to navigate the world with a partner, but I only feel the void of not having a partner when I travel. There are certain things that I experience when I travel that in my brain, I automatically think, oh my God, I would love to be here with somebody that I love. When I'm home, I don't think about it. When I'm traveling is when I think about it. Because I'm experiencing these amazing things. And I'll think, oh, this would be so good with another person romantically. Because I'll have, sometimes I have my homegirls with me. But sometimes there's some things that I would love to do just on romantic shit. Like, oh my God. And it might not, like, for example, I went to this cultural center in New Zealand. And I met this couple. And we started to talk to each other because, we're being social, but they're also from Indiana. And so we connected because I'm from Indiana. And so we were talking about just our Indianapolis particularly. And so we were talking about that, and they were older. They're like in their 60s and 70s. 60s. And I'm watching them and I'm like, oh my God, they're empty nesters. They don't have children. They have children, but they're older, grown. And so now they're older couple traveling the world, experiencing things. And I'm like, God, that would be amazing to be with somebody you love and just experience it in the world. And so sometimes the thought of it is sparked by couples that I meet and see during my travels. But when I'm home and chilling, I don't miss a relationship. Like, I don't think about it. I don't be sitting at home like, oh my God, I wish I had a man. I wish I had somebody to love me. I'm so lonely. No, I don't be feeling lonely. I don't think how my brain works. I don't think I can feel lonely. I don't know if that's unnatural, or I don't think I can feel lonely because my brain, my brain is always thinking about other stuff. I don't know if it's my ADD, or I'm not just settling on thinking about being alone. Like, when I'm at home, I'm thinking about, ooh, I gotta edit this episode. Ooh, I gotta play my video game. Ooh, I gotta do a live. Ooh, I gotta like last night I went to this. I went to Erica Hart's book event here in Houston. I love Erica Hart. Do y'all follow her on Instagram? I love Erica Hart. Let me see if they got a picture of Erica on here. This is Erica. So she's an internet personality. I love her. She cool as fuck to me. So I went to her book event, bought her book. She signed it for me. I love it. And she knew who I was, and she was like, I've been following you for years, and I love your work. And I was like, that's why I'm here, because I love your work. And we go back and forth, and it was just a beautiful thing. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, I go to stuff, I meet people. I keep my time occupied to where I'm not thinking about being alone. I have good relationships with my friends. So we, like, for example, me and Brianna Jenkins, I bought us tickets to go to Fag Talk when T.S. Madison, because T.S. Madison is coming to Houston on the 21st. I bought us tickets to go to Fag Talk to see Madison. And so we're going to see Madison. I'm hanging out with my girl and doing fun stuff. If we hungry, we went to, there was a community leadership event at the LGBT Center. Me and Brianna went to it. We were invited, went to it. After that, I say, Brianna, what you about to do? Or you want to go get a drink or go to We go to this new bar. That's new restaurant / bar with live music here in Houston. And it was dope. We loved it. It was sickening. So I don't know. I just never get a chance to feel lonely because I have people in my life. Me and my brother be on the fucking game playing Arc Raiders. Talking on the phone, or I'm playing with my Elder Scrolls friends. I don't know. My brain just doesn't be thinking about, I'm on live with y'all at Friday. My brain just don't always think about loneliness in that way because I'm always doing something. And I'm always thinking about adding a little bit of joy somewhere in my life. I went and got my nails done. This little pink, pale little pink stuff because I'm doing an event. I get my nails done once a month. So I have to revolve my nails around a whole month of outfits. So this month, because it's because it's May, I have to do it between now and May. It's going to be a green theme of outfits. So I'm going to be wearing a lot of green. So I needed something that was going to pop with green. So this mauve pinky color on my toes and on my fingernails is a perfect pop of color that's gonna complement the green. I'm gonna be traveling, so I needed them to be shorter than I normally went. So I usually go a little bit longer than this, but my nails had grown out, so because I don't have like a tip. This is like my nails that they don't put a acrylic layer on there or gel layer, whatever the new shit. And so they were longer and I needed to cut them down because I'm traveling. Anytime I have long nails and I'm traveling, I break my nails during my travel. So when I know I'm traveling a lot, I have to keep my nails short. If I know I'm gonna be home, then I can do a set that's longer because I ain't doing all the moving around and I ain't breaking my nails. So I say all of that. I went to get my nails done today. Kicking in with my nail tech. I have a favorite restaurant in the Galleria Mall that I love to go to. That the people know me by name. I don't be feeling lonely. I just don't. The only time I think about having a partner is when I travel. And I'm like, ooh, I would love to experience this with a partner. I'm like, oh, I'm at the Golden Bridge in Bana Hills of Vietnam, and I'm seeing couples here having a good ass time. I was like, oh, I would love to be here with my man instead of my sister, even though I love it with her, but this would be cute to be with your man. Romantic dinners on the beaches of Zanzibar when he's not trying to kill you. When he's not trying to hang you. Just something that would be cute. I met her at my old job once. Where did you work? That's because you know your worth and it's not man-centered. Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, I think in my older years, I have centered my life around, not around men. And it's not that I don't love men. I love men. It's not that I'm not hooking up with men. I'm usually not hooking up with a lot of new men. I'm not against it, but most of the people that I deal with now in my life sexually, I've been dealing with for the lowest number is probably like 8 years. Because I met Luther before COVID. So I want to say 2017, 18. Somewhere, I think the lowest would be 18. The fader. So I've been dealing with him. The rest of them, JT, I started dealing with JT, started dealing with him in 2010. we met on MySpace. I've been dealing with Ken since 2006. It's 2016. So we've been dealing with each other for 20 years. I'm not having sex with Denithan, but me and Denithan are still friends. So if I want to go out to the movie or go do something, I can do stuff with him. Y'all met Denithan. I done brought him on the show. I done showed him on the show. I just don't have sex with him. But we still hang out. We still cool. I'm starting to not like men. I'm not excited like I used to be. I'm a hopeless romantic. So when I meet a good guy, seemingly good, when I meet a dude that treats me well, I still get excited and butterflies. But this is people who treat me well. I don't have the patience to deal with men who don't treat me well. So the ones that treat me well, I get excited. I love going on dates. I love dressing up and being in the presence of a man and him treating me like a gentleman. And yeah, I still have those experiences. So I like them. I like them. I'm never, as soon as any kind of negative is going on with a man, I cut it off. Like I don't, that's the difference between my younger self and my older self. When I was younger, I would have much, much more patience to deal with giving people some chances, especially if they cute. Not that I'm not dealing with anybody, that I'm dealing with anybody ugly. But if they cute, I'm always like, okay, well, let me look over stuff. Now I don't look over stuff. As soon as it's a red flag, I'm out. I don't have the patience. I don't have the interest in having the patience. My child, this ain't going nowhere. So, but the men that I go on date with now in my recent years, I enjoy the experience. I enjoy the experience. Everything. I went on a date to this amazing restaurant. I've been here before, but I usually go on my own time, but we went on a date. And it's called, here in Houston, it's called Sophia Rettoria. If you Google restaurant, just so y'all can see pictures of it, restaurant in Houston called Sophia Trattoria. Sophia Trattoria on and look at the images. Yeah, just look at the images. This place is so quaint, especially at nighttime. Just the lighting is perfect in there. And they have a tree on the inside of the building. Like they built the building around this tree. And it's like they don't let it go higher than it's hard to explain. The tree is built on the inside. Like if you look at the pictures. And so I love to get this seat. Even by myself, I go to a seat that's close to the tree. And it's just the ambiance of the place is amazing. It's so good. And so I went on a date there. And it feels romantic. It feels romantic, and I'm all about the experience now too. I think in my younger years, I was too obsessed with the outcome. Let me see if I've been there. I think I've been there. Oh no, I haven't been here before. But that looks good. This looks like a mob boss location. Like this is where the mob bosses would come and eat dinner at. It looks good. Yeah, it looks pretty. I love this. Yeah, I never been here, but this look good. But yeah, it's that vibe. Now, Sophia Tutoria is more I don't want to say rustic. This looks kind of like modern. It's a little less modern than this, which I like. I like the more rustic. But yeah, that looks good. Lombardi. Yeah, that looks pretty. So I'm more into the experience, and when I was younger, I was more into the expectations of the ending. Like I'm thinking about not the ending, the are we gonna be together? Like, are you trying to be in a relationship? What's the point of this date if we're not being in a relationship? Like, what's going on? Whereas now that I'm older, I don't think about that as much. I think about more about the experience of it, the now. So I'm only thinking about let me enjoy this moment and not think about what comes after this. You open to what comes after this, but right now I'm at a beautiful restaurant with a beautiful man and enjoying the moment and feeling fabulous. Looking good, smelling good. Might take him home, fuck him. Might not. But either way, it's, it's good. However it turns out, it's going to be good. Yeah. Here is, since we were talking about her book, I want to put it in the comments. This is Erica Hart's book, Nasty Work, if y'all want to order it. I got it. I've just started reading it last night. So in our conversation, she just has made some great points. And so I haven't read enough for me to review it. I just started, but so far it's so good. And yeah, you can check it out if you want to read it. I think she's one of the queer, brilliant minds of our time. It's a couple of people that I really, really love. And I think this person's that I'm about to name, this person presentation sometimes is a distraction for people. But when you get past the distraction, I think one of the most powerful speakers of our generation is Anok. I think they are one of the most powerful speakers, particularly around gender and systematic oppression around gender and thinking about identity. I really think Anok's words, especially when they're really intentional. And I know they are comedians, so sometimes it's meant to just be funny. But when it's the serious, when they really get down to the business of being an orator and speaking, talking that talk, I think they're one of our most powerful voices in community. I think Erica is one. I think Amber Abundance. One of my favorite people, Amber Abundance. Yeah, it's other people too, but those are the people that come to mind. I love these people. I think they're smart, relatable, and brilliant. Girl, I'm being tired and late. But all right, y'all. Make sure y'all thumbs up. I will talk to y'all. Marsha's Plate, we recorded and I have it edited, but I just haven't posted it. So I'm about to go and post it now. I've been feeling overwhelmed with tasks lately. And I have a lot of tasks on my plate that's not bringing me no fucking money. And so I've been getting overwhelmed. Shit I need to do or I'm obligated to do that I have, agreed to do. And I'm like, so I've been kind of putting shit on the back burner. And I just couldn't edit this week because I'm like, I'm overwhelmed with shit. This is grant writing season. So I'm like, oh my God. I got grants to write. Had to do taxes because shit. It's just so much. My brother is going through some family stuff, nothing super, super deep, but just something that heavy. And we're talking about, I've got a lot of shit going on, child. Nothing bad with me. And I was talking to my friend yesterday. We had a long conversation. And I was telling her, I was like, yo, I just don't have the capacity no more to do certain things. And I have to, I really have to prioritize shit that I care about. But the problem is that shit that I care about don't always make you money. And because of this divestment from trans people and trans issues, a lot of people are not investing in trans shit now, right in this moment, in the way that they were, 5-10 years ago. And so it's a drastic money thing, depletion. And so making money, being supported in a financial way, gives you the flexibility to do stuff. Whereas when you're not, it doesn't give you that flexibility. So that is what many of us, and it's not just me, it's many of people, content creators, entrepreneurs, we feel it. I hear people talking about it. So we all are learning to navigate it. And yeah, I really miss the original Marsha's Play intro song. I've been thinking about switching back to it. Maybe. I love both of them. I love both, so. But yeah, I have been thinking about switching back to it. Maybe. But it's still kind of in the show. I just put it at the end. The original song is still the end. The end of the show is still the original song. It will be all right. But I just don't do the beginning. But I'm thinking about it. Maybe. Anyway, y'all, I'm out of here. I'm about to get on Elder Scrolls and go kick some butt in PvP and shoot bitches down with magical stuff. I will talk to y'all later. Thank you for the support. Make sure you thumbs up. Make sure you follow me on Instagram and TikTok, because I be putting a lot of stuff on TikTok that I don't put on Instagram. Instagram, I just be wanting to just post if you look at my Instagram, it's pictures of me and my travels. That's what I want on my Instagram. I don't really want to talk about activist stuff. I try to compartmentalize. So my personal opinions is on TikTok. I talk about that stuff. Marsha's Plate is more my Marsha's Plate stuff. So if you follow me on Instagram, you can follow me on Marsha's Plate if you want the updates, the activism stuff. TikTok, I be wanting to talk about what's going on in the culture here in YouTube and TikTok, but TikTok is short little videos and stuff like that. It's not live. I was thinking about going live on TikTok, but the problem with TikTok, if you get to cussing and doing all that kind of stuff, TikTok will cut your live off. So it doesn't allow me to be as free as I am on YouTube to talk about stuff. I have to be too calculating and censored. So I don't like going live on TikTok because they will shut your shit off and you lose the ability. But I be wanting to have my phone on TikTok live and then my computer on my Instagram, on my YouTube. But I tried that once and they cut it off and strike my account. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to go live on TikTok. There's too many rules over there, surprisingly. But anyway, good night, y'all. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all later. Bye-bye.